Are we waiting for Esther? There we go.
Good morning. I'm having some issues. Casaria will be stepping in.
Thank you. Casaria, why don't you let us know when we can officially start?
Sure, Chair. Good morning. It's 10:26. It looks like we've started the recording and Granicus is running, and I'm taking a look at the participants. I see Commissioner Piermine, Commissioner Warren, Commissioner Lilac, Commissioner Jacobson. It looks like you have a quorum and you are ready to start.
Thank you. Thanks for jumping in. Welcome back, everybody, and welcome to the coastal team. We have a very important topic, the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy, the TSP Part 3, as it is referred to. And we have Andy Lanier today and Patty Snow. I don't know if Patty's going to do the introduction and then Andy, but why don't we just go ahead and have the coastal team take it away.
Good morning, Commissioner MacArthur and the rest of the commissioners. I just want to confirm that you can hear me, see me, and see the presentation.
Yes, all the above.
All right. Well, thank you for having us this morning. My name is Andy Lanier. I'm the Marine Affairs Coordinator for the department, and I've been helping to oversee the work that we've been undertaking on our Territorial Sea Plan amendments. I'm going to pause for a moment and let Charlie introduce himself. He's going to be co-presenting with me today.
Thanks, Andy. My name is Charlie Plyben. I'm the Oregon Policy Manager for Surfrider Foundation, but I'm here today in my capacity on the Ocean Policy Advisory Council. I chaired the working group for the Territorial Sea Plan Part 3 update. So I thought it would be nice to join Andy here today to give you guys a little bit of the public perspective on the process from the working group perspective and also from OPAC.
Thank you. And if I just can interrupt for one moment, Andy, to get back to you and the team, I just was informed by Esther that we should probably call the roll for day 2 of the commission meeting. Apologies to you for that technical situation, but Esther, would you please call the roll for Friday, the 23rd of September? And maybe it's Casaria that will call the roll.
I was just going to say she may not be audible right now. Let me grab my list real quick. And
you don't have us memorized?
I don't have you memorized after all these years. Commissioner Warren?
Here.
Commissioner Lilac?
Here.
Commissioner Piermine?
Here.
Commissioner Jacobson?
Here.
And Chair Robin MacArthur?
Here. And if we didn't say this yesterday, I don't think we did. So Vice Chair Halova has an excused absence today, as does Commissioner Sandoval. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, back to prime time, Andy.
All right, thank you. So I am coming to you today with a briefing on activities related to the amendment of Part 3 of the Territorial Sea Plan. What I hope to cover is to give you guys a broad background and a refresher on the rulemaking process. Upon looking at my records, it's actually been since 2019 when I briefed the commission last, so quite a bit of time has passed. We have undertaken this effort as a phased approach, and we want to present to you the activities and results of our second and third phases, which are the focus of today's conversation. And then I expect this presentation to take up about half of the allotted time, leaving plenty of discussion time available. But first, just to give you a brief refresher on the state ocean planning framework. Our state of Oregon has a long history of ocean planning, and it began in earnest as it is still today founded on statewide land use planning goal 19, which is our ocean resources management goal. And that goal, like the name of our commission, balances the protection of resources with the use of the ocean. And that balance, and striking that balance, recognizes that there is important ecosystem functions and services that maintain a healthy ocean, while there are also benefits that we receive from it. And we strive as a community and as an organization to meet that balance. The Oregon Ocean Resources Management Act established and codified the existing state ocean governance structure. So that's the act that designated the department as the steward and the commission as the rulemaking body. But it also established the stakeholder advisory body, or the Ocean Policy Advisory Council, and set out the relationship between the commission and OPAC to co-steward the Territorial Sea Plan into the future. The Territorial Sea Plan contains the specific policies for state ocean resource management. It sets out our resource use decision-making framework. It specifically addresses topic items or thematic items. So in this case, we're looking at our rocky habitats. In other cases, we've looked at submarine cables or marine renewable energy. Once the state of Oregon adopts the plan or amendments to the plan, and we as a program submit those and they're approved by NOAA, they become part of Oregon's federally approved program and allows the state to use the Coastal Zone Management Federal Consistency Authority to ensure that decisions being made in that geography are consistent with the state's plan. One of my primary duties as a staff person is to staff the Ocean Policy Advisory Council. And one of the work that we're presenting to you today kind of touches on many elements of the process that are involved in making amendments to the plan. The Rocky Habitat Strategy specifically is the implementation of Goal 19 focused on the nearshore rocky habitats. So again, we aim to have coordination amongst the different entities who conduct and do management of our coast. We've set out planning framework for how we can make decisions. And again, touching on those touchstones of biodiversity while allowing appropriate use. So many of you are familiar with Oregon's rocky shores. They're kind of the dramatic postcard vistas that you might see if you're out on the coast visiting. They compose up to 41% of kind of Oregon shores. So we have a quite diverse and nice balance between beaches and rocky shores. And the rocky shores are really the place that most Oregonians get a perspective on the marine realm and the marine world because of the fact that the tide comes in and goes out and allows people to observe different organisms and animals at different elevations related to the tides. And it is one of the biggest tourist attractions in the state. So this drives a lot of economic input to our coastal communities. As an example, in 2010, over 10 million visits recorded. If you've ever been out to Haystack Rock on a busy summer morning, it's truly astounding how many people are drawn to what I think of as our coastal gems, these places that we can see and experience the organisms that call that place their home. So one of the things we did when we looked at the Territorial Sea Plan is we again kind of clarified for ourselves and for the public what we were talking about, which is really the rocky intertidal. So when you think about intertidal zones, I think about them as elevation points that are kind of approximate locations of either the extreme high tides where those reach or the extreme low tides, right? So that's the place within which we were really focusing our attention, recognizing that the rocky habitats and the rocky shore is a continuum from the beach faces and bluffs where there may be inputs from the terrestrial environment out into the marine environment where there are submerged rocky habitats, reefs, those places that are connected through either geological connections or through other means. So when we talk about rocky habitats, we are talking about all of these things, the submerged habitats, offshore rocks and islands, because they do play a component, a big component in ecosystem health. But again, the focus of much of our work in this amendment to the Territorial Sea Plan was focused on that rocky intertidal band, which you see here, and that I would characterize as slightly out of scale in the graphic to reality. In reality, it's a pretty narrow ribbon along our shore. That is the intersection of so many events, forcings, and activities. So the territorial sea in itself is a pretty busy place. I call this my alphabet soup slide because it touches on the many different federal, state, or tribal entities who may have a role in management, either associated with the terrestrial upshore or kind of above the rocky shore or out into the ocean. And we had a lot of conversations as we were going through our process that talked about the different regulatory and jurisdictional roles that exist. So that is one of the complexities that we faced as we were going through the plan amendment process, is the many different entities who have a role in management and how that management may be applied. Specifically, there are rules and regulations in our rocky intertidal that may be coastwide. An example of this would be fisheries harvest regulations that are species focused. So while not geographically focused, they relate to kind of an organism's ability to grow, reproduce in that environment. And there are rules associated with maintaining that species presence by balancing the amount of harvest that may be associated with the use. There are other rules within the rocky intertidal that are site-based or specific to geographies. So these are places where the state has designated an area for some special kind of management. And we'll talk a lot about that as phase 2 of our planning exercise was really focused on that. There are focuses on kind of rapid response. So oil spill response is certainly something that the Territorial Sea Plan and the information that's been gathered will inform. And then there are broader principles of ecosystem-based management that we try and meet through the identification of natural resources and human uses that exist in the area. So, simplified, the process as it goes for updating or amending the Territorial Sea Plan involves the Ocean Policy Advisory Council. And in many cases, they themselves do not do the body of work, but they will establish a working group to focus on specific tasks. And part of that is, they meet twice a year. And so you can't really get enough work done in 2 meetings a year to be able to make progress. And in those cases, the Ocean Policy Advisory Council established a working group. In this instance, we're talking about a working group for the rocky habitat. And that group has been kind of the busiest entity amongst those in the past 2 years, as they have worked to create and draft recommendations that the Ocean Policy Advisory Council has reviewed. So once a plan is approved, or the amendments are approved by OPAC, they would forward them to you, the commission, for review and consideration with potential adoption. If for some reason you as a commission reviews what they provide and makes findings that it's not consistent with either the Ocean Resources Management Plan or the strategy, it would send revisions back to OPAC, which may either be handled directly by them or be delegated to a working group, again, to consider. So that's a broad kind of refresher about the roles as they are kind of maintained within our process.
So Andy, if I may, I just want you to highlight a point that you've made about the process so that commissioners understand it. Mm-hmm. And that is that we can, when this ultimately, we have all these great briefings and we'll have some more in the future, but when this commission is asked to deliberate, they're deliberating on the OPAC decision / recommendation in its entirety. We can't tweak that. We can send it back to OPAC for more work or for more clarity or whatever, but we either endorse it in its entirety or not. Is that a correct statement?
That is a correct statement, and Steve can help me out here. There's specific reasons, and if the commission makes findings that the recommendation is not consistent with our program, then those would be the basis for sending it back to OPAC.
Thank you. And then that's what I really appreciate having Charlie here today. Did I hear correctly that he is sort of the chair of the working group working on this issue for OPAC?
That's correct.
Excellent. So thank you so much for Charlie for being here and for the idea of inviting him.
So the last time we were in front of the commission and we briefed the commission, we had draft recommendations from OPAC for the amendment. They were focused around a set of text amendments to the first few sections of the plan. And I'll go into more detail on this, but I think it's important to make an analogy at this time, which is that when we were looking at a plan revision, it was almost like we were tearing down a house, leaving one wall, and then rebuilding everything back. So phase one was kind of about framing in the new house, making sure that we had all of the elements, all of the rooms, all of the pieces there that we wanted to be there. And then phase 2 and 3 were more kind of customization of kind of the features of the plan specifically. And so to inform that process, to inform that kind of rebuild, we conducted an extensive public scoping exercise. We brought the results of that exercise to you, and those results informed the amendments that we brought in phase 1. Lcdc did approve the recommendations at that time in 2019. So there is a partially adopted plan, and that's kind of where it stands today. So now we have a whole bunch of activities associated with phase 2 and phase 3 of our planning approach. And I'll go into more details on this. You can see in this slide, they're actually pretty general concepts. In reality, there turned out to be more tasks associated with them and more activities. So things get busier in terms of the kind of actions and the what we are going to report on today in terms of the elements that we included and that we provided and that we built to support the amendment of the plan. So if on this slide, phase 1 includes the review of the strategy, the setting of the context, the making sure that we documented appropriately all of those jurisdictional rules and regulations that existed. Then phase 2 was centered around a focus on the site-based management. And to do so, we needed to complete an inventory of the resources, so physical, biological, human use of these places. We conducted a big exercise to gather the data, organize the data that had already been accumulated through previous plan amendments or efforts. We built a web mapping tool that facilitated the dissemination of that information and also allowed the ability of communities to draw a proposal for a site. And we tied the use of the tool to the proposal process, which we called a community proposal process because we invited communities from Oregon's coast to submit proposals if they saw a need and wanted to participate in this process. Now, this was an initial process, and we recognized that by calling it so. And we worked very hard to facilitate the community involvement, engagement, and final submission of proposals. So I'll go, or Charlie will go into more detail on each of these steps. So I don't want you to think that you have to grok everything. And I'll show this diagram again because it's important. The proposal process was documented in Section E of the plan and in Appendix C, which actually included all of the questions. And the completion of that initial proposal process with the submittal of the proposals kind of ended our thinking about phase 2. And phase 3 was really then about the evaluation of the proposals that came in the door. It was related to the working group receiving those, evaluating them in conjunction with state agencies, and making a recommendation to the Ocean Policy Advisory Council. We also at this time then began kind of in earnest, because site-based proposals let our tribal government partners know whether or not there may be a proposal in the area that they would associate with usual and custom practices or their traditional or cultural use. So tribal consultation also kind of began in earnest in phase 3 and is still ongoing. Excuse me. Why am I going the wrong way? We are, as I envision it at this phase, we're kind of bringing it all together. So we've conducted an initial proposal process evaluation. We'll talk more about that. And in the process, we've drafted a new version of Section E and Appendix C, which is a process that we will be able to use in the future for adaptive management on our nearshore. We expect to bring recommendations from tribal consultation to OPAC at the same time that we bring the draft amendments. And then OPAC needs to consider them and make recommendations. They're scheduled to meet in November. So following kind of all of those pieces coming together, then we actually begin the rule amendment process at the commission. We're currently scheduled for a January or February, depending upon when you guys meet, public hearing, as well as in March, a decision-making meeting. So that, at a very high level, covers the phases of work. And I want to stress that there were a lot of people involved in this process. There was a lot of time and there was a lot of effort. And, you know, while Charlie and I lived it, you know, there are many other perspectives about how the process was carried out, was conducted, and we are going to try and do our best to present that variety of perspectives to you as we go into more detail. One of the first things that I want to kind of bring us back to is kind of like touch points with the commission. And so this timeline diagram shows kind of the last time that we provided a staff report and a briefing to the commission was in May of 2019. We've had many other kind of touch points through virtual or the reports that are provided to you as a commission in the director's reports. But there were also places where the process was brought to the front and center of your mind through public comments or through letters. And so there have been a lot of activity associated, but no direct engagement with the commission. And that's what I want to stress, is that there's a lot of time and a lot of work that went into the products that we're bringing to you today. Recognizing, that there is a whole nother body, the Ocean Policy Advisory Council, which was also a part of the process. So you can see here rough timelines for the work in phase 2 and phase 3. So following kind of the May approval of kind of phase 1 of our work, we began working to build the site designations, to build the proposal process. That was completed with the submission of proposals right at the end of 2020. Phase 3, the evaluation and then recommendations, those are being brought to you kind of right in the midst. And today, this is us on our timeline today. We do expect there to be future commission action next year. And this orange bar denotes kind of the OPAC meeting coming up in November. So other touch points that the commission would recognize are letters from our tribal governments referencing work sessions or the need for tribal consultation. And then overlaid on top of all of this is the fact that we are living in a new reality with the COVID-19 pandemic. And since March of 2020, every activity that we have done, like you, has been in a virtual format. And I think that's important to remember as we present the work to you today. I wish it was the case that I could be out in the field, interacting with people, looking at these sites, taking our advisory committees to them, having presentations in person at local communities. All of that stuff I'm really looking forward to in future phases because connection to the place is really important. And I think that's something I don't want to leave unaddressed. And one of the other big considerations that I want to bring up is that in addition to all the kind of other process constraints, we've had a fair bit of staff turnover. So the funding that supports the amendment work comes from a NOAA project of special merit, which we applied for and received funding, which allowed us to hire a coordinator for the process. The last time the commission was briefed, the coordinator was Deanna Caracciolo, and she was focused just on that phase 1. And so we actually had a reasonably smooth transition when Michael Moses joined us and became the coordinator in January of 2020. Well, in May of 2021, he got a new position working as our Estuary Resilience Coordinator. And we had a new person come in to kind of fill his role in the last few months. So all of that just goes to mention some process constraints that we're working on and may have resulted in the process being extended a little. So going back again to remind the commission kind of what happened in the last action that took place. We replaced sections A through E of the plan, and we left those other sections and the other appendices in place, and those are kind of the focus of the work that we are now undertaking, or that we will present to you. And just as a reminder, it included the purpose and objectives, the management principles, policies, the Rocky Shore definitions, kind of the initial proposal process. All of those things were included in phase 1. So they allowed us to move forward on the next pieces of work, which again, were focused at the site specific level. We looked at site management designations, We looked at and we conducted the resource inventories, and we pulled all that together into the package of work that we are bringing. So at this time, I want to kind of delve deeper into the activities in phase 2 and phase 3. And I'm going to turn things over to Charlie so that you can get his kind of perspective and take on the activities that are bringing to you products and deliverables. So Charlie?
Sure. Thanks, Andy, and thanks, Commissioner McCarthy, for having me today. I want to recognize that the work I'm presenting is on behalf of the Ocean Policy Advisory Council and the working group, which was made up of a number of individuals. And if you know any of these folks, or you have to see them in passing, pin a medal on them, because they did a lot of work. The majority, in fact, over half of the individuals that you see on this list are volunteers from the public, and they represent everything from education to ports to the general public to conservation. And the other half, or the lesser majority, I guess, or the minority, was state agency folks, which were critical as well and important on the working group. But I like to refer to them as the Rocky Habitat rock stars. And if you know any of these individuals, or you happen to see them in passing, do give them a big thanks. You'll see that they did put forth a lot of work. All of these folks have been on this team since 2019. So they've been contributing a substantial amount of effort to this process, as well as the public, which you'll see. Next slide, Andy. I don't know if I can advance. So really one of the things we were wrestling with in phase 2 was this public proposal process. We needed to define what it was, the types of designations that the public could propose for the Rocky Habitat. This sort of categorized 3 different areas that you can think of on a scale of regulations that individuals could propose. Back in 2019, we did some public scoping, and one of the things we found out was the types of designations that existed prior to this process were confusing to the public. So we needed to revisit those designations, make them very goal-oriented, and something that the public could understand. And so we fell on these sort of 3 categories. Research areas, which sort of, the intent was to protect research activities and focus really on those sorts of areas that have had long-term research and were important to protect for those reasons. Marine gardens, these are really with an educational goal. So the idea, you probably visited a marine garden or a tide pool. A lot of educational programs are around these. We retained the name Marine Garden because they were so iconic. These are places like Haystack Rock that many folks and many school children first get their taste of the ocean and marine biology. And marine conservation areas was sort of this catch-all for conservation. It was clear that we didn't have an area that was just specifically for conservation. And this could be likened sort of like a marine reserve or a protected area, and that the chief goal and the strategy around marine conservation areas should be conservation. So these were the sort of 3 areas that we defined as the types of designations that the public could propose. Marine reserves, I should note, is a separate process and statute, and it's not something that we're talking about in this process with the Territorial Sea Plan. But I put it on here as an example of sort of the scale of regulations, where marine research areas kind of had the least amount of regulation, and in moving towards marine conservation area, individuals could propose much more rigorous types of regulations and protections in those areas. Next slide, please. I should also mention that it wasn't just proposing new areas. We invited the public to propose additions to areas, modify areas, or even propose deletion of areas. A lot of these areas were proposed and designated as early as the 60s. So it's logical to think that they may be revisited. Interestingly, we did not receive any additions or deletions or modifications of current sites in the process. What you see in front of you now is the type of information that we used to have for the public to base information on planning in the territorial sea. What looks sort of like a psychological blotter test or something here is actually a habitat map that we used to use. And these, different shadings represented different types of habitat. We've come a long ways, and I'm going to let Andy talk a little bit about the data inventory tool that was developed during the initial proposal process here to help individuals identify areas, as well as the types of resources that went with areas for proposals or designations. So Andy, do you want to touch a little bit on the data inventory?
Yeah, thanks, Charlie. So for previous planning efforts, there was a comprehensive resource inventory that was developed. We looked back, and this is an example of one of the big maps that was included that summarized that resource inventory. So things like endangered species presence, number of seals or sea lions that may haul out in a specific place, types of visitor use that are associated with an area. And we took all of that data and we brought it forward. In some cases, we had to geospatially build layers. So the existing marine managed areas is one of those cases. It was hard to find existing maps of where those places were. So we built those. We also conducted and built an intertidal substrate habitat map. So substrate is the type of material that makes up the seafloor or the ground that you would be walking on. So we used remote sensing imagery to extract and map features of the coast. So hard rock versus soft sediment is, the easiest distinction to make between the two. But there was also information about boulders or gravel or things like biogenic substrate, which are substrates that are formed from the skeleton of animals that have grown and then died in a place. So examples of kind of habitats like that. And we did not have for the state a whole comprehensive habitat map for the entire intertidal. And we built that during our process. And that habitat map was made available in the web mapping tool, as Charlie mentioned. We also worked with some of our partners at the Environmental Protection Agency to do an assessment of sea level rise impacts to rocky habitats. So one of the scientific theories associated with understanding rocky habitats is that the wider the intertidal shelf is, the more diverse the community of organisms. And this product identified for all of the rocky habitat cells that we have, basically where sea level would hit if we were adding in the estimated sea level rise kind of levels for 2050, 2100. And so you could see the change in the amount of area at a site and potentially then understand the change in the community structure or diversity. So all of this information was gathered and then put together in the Rocky Habitat web mapping tool. So we built, using the Oregon Sea Sketch platform, an interactive web map viewer that allowed an individual to explore the coast. They could turn on a set of data layers. So on the far right of the screen, I think you can see my arrow. This tab here allowed you to look and understand what layers of information were being displayed. You could also browse the whole collection of information. There's, I think, over 100 different map layers that were available, covering the gamut from the biological to the physical to the human kind of use footprints. An individual could draw a shape in the environment and then get a report back based upon their drawing that basically ran a set of computer queries that identified those features of importance in each of those groupings. So you could really explore the information that was available about each of these sites. You could look at the existing management regime through ownership and through kind of areas that had already been established. And then, the primary function was that we coordinated the proposal process in conjunction with the tool. So to complete a proposal submission, you had to draw an area using the tool, and then that area could be shared with others through forums so that you could view, and here you see a list of the proposals that came in the door. We could present those proposals back in their true form to other members of the public who are interested in understanding or reviewing those proposals. So there was an electronic way that we interacted with our proposal process using this tool. We had announcements and public forums that were hosted on the system. And then the proposals themselves were actually submitted via the tool. So this was, I think, an overwhelming success, given that I have participated in previous spatial planning efforts where people were actually drawing hand-drawn maps on pieces of paper and then sharing those back with the group. So I will say that there was a world of improvement between, and Katie's laughing because she might remember the Marine Reserves process from.
I was trying not to interrupt you, but yes, I remember the hand-drawn maps. We've come a long ways, Andy.
So I'm very happy to say that, you know, that the tool that has been built proved functional in that capacity, and I think will remain functional, and we will continue to invest in its improvement and updating it as our future process allows. So here's just one example. So this is the Coquille Point drawing of the proposal. This was one that we'll talk about later, is one that actually made it through with an OPAC recommendation. So I just want to stress the value of having the ability to share a map and have communications and forums about that map. The other thing that the tool allowed is it allowed groups who were working together on proposals to be able to share privately kind of different design configurations or ideas. So this was a tool that allowed that kind of virtual collaboration. And I'm going to turn it back over to Charlie to kind of dive back into how the tool and the proposal kind of process that we set up was run and conducted.
Thanks, Andy. So at the same time we were developing the tool as a working group, we sort of had to develop the process, which is what is it that the Ocean Policy Advisory Council and the Land Conservation Commission here would deem appropriate for a public process to evaluate and go through all of these different considerations when we bring forth designations that may affect other users or impact the way we use the ocean. So there was a lot to be considered there, and as we were as we've likened this, we were building the plane while we were in midair trying to fly it. And a big lesson learned is that it would have been, this was a public process to engage the public in a plan for a plan. We were piloting something and we were receiving public comment the entire way through. So some sideboards earlier on and some guidance to allow us to pilot it, recognizing that we weren't going to get it right the first time, probably would have been easier than real timing the public constant engagement here. I don't regret that we did that. I think we came out the back end of this with a lot more lessons learned. But I do think it was a lot harder on the working group and a lot harder on the process to do it that way, and would have been well served if OPAC or even the executive or other offices had thought about some sideboards ahead of time for the group. But really what we were focused on was what is the type of information that we would want from groups when proposing a designation. In the past, stakeholder engagement had been a really important area for OPAC on any type of area-based management. We recognized that this was a challenge that we were putting on the public. They were going to have to do this. We weren't going to stand up community teams like we've done in other processes. And they were doing this amid COVID. So we needed to supply as many resources and tools as possible to allow for individuals to do this, to pilot this designation process. We were both developing a pilot process and sort of the ongoing process. The goal here was that, again, these designations hadn't been revisited for some 25 years. So we wanted a process that allowed for new opportunity to influence the designations today, but also to allow for ongoing adaptive management. We don't want to pick up a white paper every 25 years and realize, wow, we have 3 years worth of overhaul to do. So again, this was really about also allowing for us to have some real-time updating. And it was something that OPAC had asked for, was that really the job of the Ocean Policy Advisory Council is this real-time updating of the Territorial Sea Plan. So this would allow for more real-time updates. And again, this was a pilot process. We called it the initial proposal process. And it's really helpful to think about it in that way, because that's exactly what we were doing. We were trying to learn. Next slide, please. This kind of give you an idea about the process that was approved by OPAC and what we stuck to, and I give you some timeline ideas here. The goal was in late 2020, we would have folks submitting through the Rocky Habitat mapping tool their proposals. The majority of those proposals came in on December 31st of 2020. The public took as much time as they could, understanding it was a pretty big lift for a lot of them. The next part of this pilot process was to go through an agency feasibility analysis. I'll talk a little bit more about what that is. And then goes to the Rocky Habitat Working Group, where the Rocky Habitat Working Group would wrestle with and evaluate these proposals. That was another thing we had to develop, was how are we evaluating these? So the agency feasibility and an evaluation matrix was sort of built during this process as well, to help us understand, how are we going to evaluate this? Ultimately, the Rocky Habitat Working Group would make a recommendation to the Ocean Policy Advisory Council, who would review that and make a recommendation, which would come to this board or this commission. And so we're kind of still in the review and recommendation phase from OPAC. We've had some substantial consensus things come out of OPAC that we'll be talking about here in the next couple of slides. But I want to recognize, again, this is the initial proposal process, and that's what you see at the top of this slide. Maintenance, probably a bad name, maybe adaptive management might be another way. We're going to come up with a new term for that. But they're moving forward, OPAC could stand up a working group again, but the idea is hopefully we don't need that. Hopefully we build a process where individuals and the public can engage in the Rocky Habitat mapping tool, and adaptive recommendations for designations or existing sites that would go through some level of agency feasibility analysis, skip the working group process, and come straight to OPAC. And this would be something done with some sort of cadence that OPAC would determine, maybe on an annual basis or a biannual basis, depending on the type of capacity that we impacts on agencies that we learn from this process. Again, we don't want to burden agencies with too much review. We want to figure out what is the appropriate cadence and what is the amount of capacity that we need to meet our natural resource agencies with public bodies or with more resources, if that's the case. So what you'll see is, we had a compressed timeline here from January through April or May to receive, evaluate, and come back with a recommendation to the Ocean Policy Advisory Council, who met in May. So we were working on a really compressed timeline. Next slide. This is the world of what we received at the end of 2020. We got 12 Rocky Habitat proposals, which was pretty cool to see. I was skeptical how many groups would, particularly during the pandemic when outreach was really difficult, would be able to sort of check all the boxes that we were asking for. And the working group really did ask for a lot in these proposals. They asked for community engagement. They asked for substantial outreach and research of the sites. So there was a lot of burden of proof put on the public in designating these areas and submitting these areas, and they really should be applauded for the amount of work that went into these 12 proposals. I think there was over 1,300 pages associated with all of these proposals that were submitted, to give you an idea of what it looked like on the back end for review of those proposals and consideration, but also on the front end for the work of these groups. So this is just a quick screenshot you can see of the types of proposals. They ranged from one proposal that it spanned the entire territorial sea and included all the rocky habitat, to more discrete ones, like you'll see here at Coquille Point, and some other areas like Fogarty that were a little bit more discreet in their proposals. So next slide, please. So again, we're talking about this phase 3 area is where we've received the proposals. Phase 2 was really about building the process. Phase 3 was what to do with it when it landed in our lap. So those 12 proposals we needed to give consideration to. We needed to give an important and careful evaluation and do justice to all the work that the public had brought forward to us. So at the same time we received those proposals, they were immediately advanced to the agencies, and they were also advanced to the working group to start reviewing, but they also were sent to tribal nations. And I want to just pause for a moment and recognize that we did not have a tribal nations member on our working group. And it wasn't because they weren't invited, but it was because our process, which was a public process to engage stakeholders, didn't really set up the right circumstances for engaging with tribes, which would have been more of a government to government process. So about this time, DLCD stood up a sort of separate process to work directly with tribes, separate from the working group. And I just want to call that out because I think the working group had limitations for being able to engage tribes. And we recognize that. We had both public comment and tribal comment sections during our working group meetings, but really to have the deep, thoughtful, cultural and intergovernment discussions that were necessary, the DLCD set up a separate process, which I really applaud, to work through some of the tribal considerations. So just recognize that there will be additional considerations for the commission to consider based on tribal input that are not always reflected or won't be reflected from the working group, but rather will be reflected from separate consultation with tribes. Andy, is there anything else there that you want to jump in on?
No, I think you hit the high points there, Charlie.
Thanks. So looking at what I kind of said about evaluation and our timeline, early part of this year, the proposals landed, those were distributed. The state agencies performed an analysis. That analysis was pretty objective, looking at what is the area of their jurisdiction, what has been recommended as far as rule changes that they could implement that might be challenges for implementation. For example, some proposals recommended rule changes that were not within the authority of the agencies that we had on the working group. Therefore, we needed to have some considerations and additional considerations. And those were things that the agencies could identify better than the working group. The agencies understand their job of implementation better than the public does. And so this was a really important part of the process, is sort of having the agencies review these from their perspective and their authorities, and then put a lens on that for the working group to do their evaluation and some considerations that the working group should have during our evaluation. So really that took the lion's share of January. Moving into February is when the working group spent our time. You'll remember I said there was about 1,300 pages of proposal associated information with the proposal. So that was a lot for us to get through. I think that was weekends for a lot of those volunteer working group members. I spent probably 8 hours to 16 hours every weekend in February reviewing those proposals. And I don't suspect that the rest of the working group spent that much time, but a significant amount of time that they all spent, because this was an important process. We had a couple of working shops for the working group during that time period. One was to review the agency analyses, hear from the agency sort of what their perspectives were on the proposals, just sort of the objective analysis from them. And then the second was to actually hear from the proposers themselves. We realized that there was a lot of intention in proposals that we couldn't just read and understand. And some people, that may have led even some working group members to interpret proposals incorrectly. So it was important for us to have a back and forth. And another thing that we identified in the process moving forward is we need more touch points with the proposers to really understand and identify the intention of certain parts of the proposal. say one rule or another that may be proposed, and the intention of that to protect a resource might be misguided, or it might be misunderstood by the working group. And so those are things that we wanted to be able to work through. We came out of that in mid-March with an initial recommendation that was open to public comment. We had to hold a 30-day public comment period for that. And then we came back together as a working group for a final recommendation to the Ocean Policy Advisory Council, which they heard in May. So that was a lot happening in a very compressed time frame. If you kind of think back to what else was happening during that time frame for a lot of agencies, this was in the middle of the legislative session, right? And a big budget year too. So there was a lot going on, and there was COVID, and I want to recognize that both for the working group and for the members of the public that submitted proposals, that we were all operating under a lot of stress, constraint, and to be frank, trauma in the world. There was a lot of that going on. So there was a lot of emotion in this process too. Next slide. This is a big superlative slide that I like to just say, look how much work we did. So I'm not going to go through all of this, but the working group did do a considerable amount of work, and the agencies as well, from this June 2020 through May 2021 timeframe. Building the public proposal process and evaluating those public proposals was a massive amount of work. It was all subject to public comment. 10 working group meetings. Every single one of those working group meetings was a public meeting. They had public comment, and we were altering, like I said, we were building the plane as we were flying it. So that public comment was constantly sort of changing our direction a little bit, and we were trying to be adaptive and responsive to that. But we did a lot of work during this time period, from building the tool, piloting the proposal process, running through the agency completeness and feasibility analysis, the working group reviews and evaluations. Every single one of those proposals ended with an agency analysis. That's 12 agency analyses. That's 12 working group evaluations. That's 12 initial recommendations. That's 12 final recommendations. It's a lot of paperwork. So again, this is something we recognize it may be superfluous and not efficient in this process. We do believe that we need careful consideration and evaluation of any type of designation that's of permanence in our territorial sea, but we really worked this group to the bone, and it was more than I think we could have all done at one time. Next slide. So in May, we brought forward to OPAC some recommendations from the working group, and this is kind of maybe where it gets a little bit more exciting when I get past this slide to the next couple of slides, which is actually the sites that were proposed and those that were recommended. But for the strategy, the OPAC, the Ocean Policy Advisory Council, approved the current rocky habitat management strategy. We did have some updates to that with respect to some language that we used and being consistent in certain areas, but they were all non-substantive changes. Again, most of the big policy and substantive changes happened during phase 2 and phase 1. OPAC did charge a reconsideration of section E and appendix C. Those are the sections that define what the proposal process looks like. So we recognize this was a pilot that we just ran. It wasn't the one that's going to happen forever. We're going to learn from this. And so OPAC said, we'd like for you to hold a workshop and listen to what the public has to say about how this all went and evaluate what we think and bring to us some recommendations in the fall for how we might revise section E, which is the proposal process, and appendix C as well. And then the last thing is that we had originally said we were going to start this maintenance or adaptive process in October of this year. We're obviously pushed back on that. And so the other key area that OPAC recognized in the strategy that we needed to move back was the delayed start for the maintenance proposal process. So that's moved back to October of next year. And we may even see that date sort of pushed around a little bit based on what happens between now and then. Next slide, please. All right, cool stuff. Two things that OPAC recommended and they came out of the working group consensus recommendation, and a recommendation was followed by OPAC and consensus, which I think is huge. I've been on OPAC almost 8 years now. I'm about to term out, which is both exciting and a point of contention maybe for some of the folks that I work with. But it's pretty monumental to see OPAC all agree on something. And Coquille Point Marine Garden and Cape Blanca Research Reserve were two sites proposed that had full consensus, both from the working group and OPAC. And when I said that these designations weren't taken lightly, these are areas that demonstrated, Coquille Point Marine Garden is near Bandon. I'll talk a little bit more about that, but it had some 30 years of educational programming and institutions working around that site in collaboration behind it. Cape Blanca Research Reserve had almost 2 decades of research that had been conducted there that they were looking out for, and that came from a professional research body that proposed that site. So these were pretty, they stood out to the working group, and they stood out to OPAC as different from a lot of the other proposals. And that's not to say that the other proposals didn't have merit, but they were the only 2 that were not marine conservation areas. Every other designation that was proposed by the public fell into a category of marine conservation area. Those 3 that designation types, that was the one that was chosen for the majority of them. And this was the only marine garden and the only research reserve that was proposed. So I thought that was of interest and of interest to the working group as well. So a little bit more about these sites. Next slide. This is an aerial view of Coquille Point. This is just adjacent the town of Bandon. This was proposed by the Shoreline Education for Awareness group. And so they're a group that's been collaborating with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for years on those offshore islands that you see adjacent the intertidal area. Those are part of the Oregon Islands Wildlife Refuge, National Wildlife Refuge System. They have been collaborating with them for years on interpretation, similar to what the Haystack Rock Awareness Program does up in Cannon Beach. But the intertidal area in between was not protected. It wasn't designated, and it was something that they wanted to propose. So this was a great opportunity. The goals around a marine garden was education and enjoyment, public access, and resource awareness. This was already an area of high visitation. There was an existing interpretive program there. Some of the support that they got that we thought was clever and great for the proposal, they'd sent out mailers with utility bills, and they worked with the city as well to really notify and identify a number of different users in the area. They looked at the types of harvest opportunities that existed, both north and south in rocky habitats, which was important because they were proposing something that would not allow for commercial or recreational take in the intertidal areas. And they wanted to be sure that there were still opportunities. And they checked with a lot of harvesters in the area to make sure that was the case. But the proposal in itself, no additional restrictions for fishing. Coast-wide regulations exist there, and there was no additional regulations recommended for that in a marine garden. But for invertebrate harvest, it's no commercial or recreational take in the intertidal areas except for a single mussel. It's something that we've always allowed for, and that is part of sort of the historical designation and allowing for someone to take a mussel to fish with. It's a sort of a fish for food. And so that was one opportunity that you can take there. And for scientific or educational permits, you could allow take there as well, but that would have to be permitted. There would be no take of marine aquatic vegetation here as well. So that's seaweed or grasses or kelp are also protected in this area. Andy, anything else about this proposal that you want to highlight?
No, I did see Chair MacArthur come off of mute though, so.
Yeah, and so thank you. I just wanted to give a time check. We have about 10 more minutes for presentation. I want to make sure commissioners have a chance to engage as well. So this is a really, really important part, as was the process, but I think we need to be aware of the time.
Thanks. We're about to round the corner and bring it home for you.
All right, I'll be fast here. Next slide. All right, the other area that was approved by consensus was Cape Blanca. This is a marine research area. This is just north of Port Orford. Cape Blanca is actually a really significant ecoregion between Cape Disappointment and Cape Mendocino to the south. This is sort of a really significant, what we would call an ecoregion, where the animals and the critters all kind of change, and so does the oceanographic conditions there. The goals were to promote community engagement and education. And as I mentioned before, PISCO, the Partnership for Interdisciplinary Science of Coastal Oceans, out of OSU, UC Santa Cruz, and UW, they had done significant long-term intertidal research here that they were interested in protecting. Next slide. So you can see this is what the designation actually looks like. It's a little ribbon right around Cape Blanca, if you've ever been to that very, very windy spot on the Oregon coast. To the north is the Sixes River, and to the south is the Elk River. And then this sort of juts out just past that. Interesting side note, this is the furthest most western point in, some would say, the United States, definitely in Oregon. The restrictions here, no additional restrictions for fish harvest. Similar to the marine garden, there's no commercial recreational take in the intertidal areas except for provided by scientific or educational permit. And there's also a no take for vegetation and harvest, aquatic vegetation harvest. Go ahead and circle those areas. So those two areas I just mentioned were recommended with consensus from OPAC. And then there were these 6 other areas that were not recommended, but they did feel like there was merit. And the working group felt like there was strong enough merit there that OPAC should consider them, but they didn't quite know what to do. And what you see there on the far right is actually the votes from the working group about how they felt. And that continuing consultation is a poor use of language. I would say further evaluation, not to be construed with tribal consultation, which is a formal process. But the idea here was that those areas had a lot of merit. There were really good proposals put forward. But there were things that had needed to be worked out, whether it was stakeholder engagement, additional state agencies or federal agencies that need to be involved. So these are areas for further evaluation, and they're still kind of hanging out there. And OPAC sort of directed DLCD to, next slide. Let's go ahead and, next, basically, directed DLCD to hold a reflection workshop based on the process, update Section E, as I mentioned before, which is going to come through recommendations to OPAC in the fall, but also to develop a process for those sites for further evaluation. So that is what you just saw on that quick slide that went up and popped off real quickly. But we expect over 2021 here, in the winter of 2021 and the spring of 2022, that those additional 6 sites will have 1 workshop each at a minimum, and will come with further evaluation and then some final recommendation out of OPAC. So you may see more sites, you may not see any more sites, but those additional 6 sites are for further evaluation, and OPAC will be wrestling with those over the next year or so and making a decision in the fall. Next slide.
Yeah, thanks, Charlie. So this is where I'll take over. So as Charlie just mentioned, OPAC directed the agency to conduct an evaluation workshop. We held that in July. What came out of that were a number of process reflections, and Charlie has touched on these already. So timing was an issue, making sure that we had adequate time for review, making sure that technical issues, for example, with the tool are resolved. There was some problems with being able to share a proposal while it was being developed on the tool. There was, a desire for clear expectations for all of the parties involved, with caveats that may be associated. So, where agencies couldn't actually make a rule change because it was outside of their statutory authority, those kinds of things needed to be specified up front. So, we had a lot of considerations about what to include in a draft revision for Section E and Appendix C. I'll just highlight a few. The pre and post proposal consultation was very important to our proposers, and they through their own efforts, coordinated on a letter to the agency. So there were, 8 entities who were responsible for submitting proposals, and they got together and they actually submitted a multiple page document with some proposal ideas and steps, many of which actually weren't far off of the proposal that we had actually just conducted, but there were a few added steps here and there. I'll touch upon, the recommendations that we have put forward. So in addition to recommendations from people who actually went through our process, we also had a summary from the workshop. So we hosted a virtual workshop and we got feedback on all of the different elements of the proposal process, as well as kind of what to do with sites for further evaluation. So those draft amendment recommendations are out. As one of the supplemental kind of mailings to the commission, you would have seen a letter that I wrote that characterized the work that went into that effort, as well as providing a draft of the revisions. So that really is what we envision taking the place of Section E or Appendix C. I will weave those back into a final draft of the draft amendment for the entire Territorial Sea Plan as it comes to OPAC and then as it comes to you after their recommendation. But to touch just on a little on some of the changes, the first and maybe one of the most important is kind of a process initiation step through the state publishing a request for proposals. This would allow the state to identify priorities of interest that come from current hot topics that the agencies are dealing with. It would have an OPAC review element to it. And this would be the place where there may be a cap put on the number of proposals that would be considered in future phases. And when I think about justification for a cap on a process, the thing that comes to mind is that OPAC eventually has to review these things. And if they meet twice a year, then they're really capacity limited to look at a certain number, and a small handful at most, I think, would be reasonable, because you want to allow the appropriate time for consideration of those proposals, for review of the proposals, and consideration by the council. There's also the added step of a technical evaluation review. This is similar to our working group review, except there would be a guide that's created at the beginning of the RFP process that specifies the scoring criteria. There would also be a group of agency staff and science and technical advisory committee members or experts in the field that would do a technical review and a scoring, and that may include both quantitative and qualitative scores that are provided. And we had a lot of discussion about whether or not it should just be a scoring system or whether or not it should be a qualitative system, because the scoring systems are sometimes inflexible in certain circumstances. So I think it's likely to be a balance of both. But those kind of guides would be published as a part of the RFP and available early. They may change from cycle to cycle, but not within a cycle. And then following the technical review, they would go to OPAC and then Lcdc. There's specification that the groups wanted OPAC to consider these over a 2-meeting cycle. So the first meeting at OPAC would provide the opportunity for proposers to present their proposal, for the council to ask questions, for the proposer to talk about the review scores that they received, and have a discussion about the merits and or questions. And the following OPAC meeting would be when they would actually make a decision. So that would allow for additional public comment or additional potential amendment or changes to that site by the proposers if OPAC brought something up that they agreed with. A lot of words on this slide for further evaluation, but we want to continue with kind of the process that we proposed to OPAC, which is that We recognize the value of each of these sites. So there were 6 sites that fell into that category needing further evaluation. We don't think it's fair to require those sites to meet the criteria in an RFP and for a technical evaluation review in the next phase. So we recommend that the council consider them in this effort before kind of the next phase of an amendment process would be completed. So we would conduct and host a workshop that would allow public participation as well as proposer participation and agency review. We would synthesize findings from that workshop, which would be scoped based upon the considerations that were identified for each of those 6 sites that caused them to kind of remain in the category that they were in. And all of that information would then be transmitted to OPAC, where, again, they would have a 2-meeting cycle to review and then make decisions on them. I just want to circle back around. That's kind of a closure of the recommendations that are outstanding that OPAC is going to be considering in the fall. I want to touch on kind of the tribal touch points. So as Charlie mentioned, we did have a number of coordination efforts that went with and were designed to try and allow tribal comment and input along the way. So a kind of formative review and feedback if they needed. And we did receive during this time agency direction from the Governor's Natural Resources Office that they felt that the Territorial Sea Plan wasn't the place for kind of tribal harvest or agreements to be worked out. So acknowledging that space needs to exist for government to government consultation. One of the challenges that we do face, though, is that we want to bring those recommendations to OPAC because that's the time that they would be able to be incorporated into the plan based upon our kind of legal capacity to do so. So tribal consultation is still ongoing. Initial letters of outreach were sent all the way back in 2018, but most recently consultation requests were received from the Coquel Indian tribe and the Confederate tribes, the Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Siuslaw Indians. Work is ongoing in association with those efforts, and I do expect that we will bring recommendations to OPAC from that effort. So just to conclude, we are nearing what is a complete rebuild of the part 3 of the Territorial Sea Plan. A lot of work went into there. We piloted a process that we, had only kind of the bare bones design of when we began. But as an outcome, 2 really good sites were recommended by consensus. That's the first time that new sites will have been added to the plan since 2000 when Cape Arago was considered. And we learned a lot through conducting the process. We need to thank everyone who was a part of it because, without everybody participating, it really wouldn't, have been as successful. So we are collecting comments, public comments on our draft revisions. Those are out for comment now. We will transmit the process revisions to OPAC at the November 4th meeting. We hope to bring tribal recommendations at that time as well. And then OPAC needs to act and make a recommendation that we will bring to you a final draft rule amendment, which is a version of the strategy that kind of encapsulates all of those things. And with that, we are done. And I thank you for all of the time and attention. I hope that we've been able to communicate the magnitude and the challenge that we faced while also really, presenting some amazing work that was done in the meantime.
Thank you, Andy, and thank you, Charlie, too. Great presentation. It is a really thorough process and foundational. You've had to kind of fix some issues from the past, and as you go, you're doing some process thinking about how to improve the process as you go. I know that Commissioner Jacobson and I were involved in a consultation with the Coquel earlier this summer, I think it was, and that was really useful. Government to government contact coordination effort. And you've just done so much. So thanks to both of you. I'd like to maybe turn it over to Commissioner Jacobson first, if you have any thoughts or comments on anything that's been presented.
Yeah, thanks. I do have some notes. And first of all, I just want to say congrats to Charlie on almost terming out of OPAC. I can't believe it's been that long. Thanks for all your service there, Charlie. I guess there's a couple of questions I had. One, as you said, there was a couple of consensus proposals where everyone had consistency because tribes were brought in through kind of a different process, agency to agency. Was there also consensus with them on those proposals?
Yeah, thank you for asking that question, Commissioner Jacobson. We did have Margaret Corvey attend the OPAC meeting, and she did flag for us that she was supportive, but that she wanted the council to acknowledge the fact that tribal consultation was ongoing and that it was up to that process to provide any comments about if and how those sites that were recommended would impact the tribal nations. So that was identified during the OPAC meeting as an item for follow-up.
Thank you. One of the concerns that I brought up when Chair MacArthur and I and others did some tribal consultation is that, especially when it comes to harvesting, even if someone is like allowed to harvest, that doesn't mean that in a closed area to the public that's practical. So if there's all these people coming down to visit an area and they know that it's closed off and you have a tribal member coming down to harvest mussels, that's not going to put you in a good spot where you may not feel safe, doing that when everyone's going to say, oh no, you can't do that. And there's signs up that say you can't harvest. And then you're walking into that area, even though it still might be open to you, that's putting you in a position that I don't think a lot of us would want to be in. I don't want to be in that. And so I think there's a difference between the rule that allows someone to harvest with native rights and the actual practicality of executing that. And that's kind of what I'm worried about with these proposals in general is, maintaining tribal access that's actually feasible, that you can actually do, that you feel safe taking your kids down there and actually harvesting those items or doing what you need to do and not feeling like you're, like that's not accessible to you anymore because there's so many people kind of watching you and passing judgment or calling the police or whatever. So that's just, I just want to flag that. I did on the call we had with them, but that's something that I continue to be a little worried about with these.
Yeah, thank you for that observation. I think it's very important and it's very relevant. And one of the things that we did here is that education about tribal use throughout their time as a people, is one of the things they recommended that we incorporate into a communication strategy, into how enforcement is actually conducted at the site, and how volunteers may be, trained to handle that situation. So those are all potential avenues to kind of reduce the, potential conflict that I think you identified in that kind of an interaction.
Katie, can I just ask, since I was not, and I have not been part of any of the tribal consultation stuff, and I mentioned before, and I think I'll restate when I speak for the working group or OPAC, I am not speaking for tribes, and that does not carry any of their interest or weight, really. That's separate. So that consensus obviously was not coming from tribes, but was this a concern that you heard from tribes directly? And because if so, I would want to know in just kind of how we approach this with OPAC.
It's a question that I had asked directly, to them, because just in my own harvesting experience and having like permission on private property to elk hunt or something, and people calling me in, even though I had permission, written permission, I kind of get that again, there's that practicality of use, even if you have permission. And so I had asked the question, and the answers we received back was essentially, yes, that's a concern.
Well, and
Okay.
just to add to that, so Commissioner, the context, and I was impressed by your picking up that point and raising that with the group then, as I am now. The context was a tribal member had asked about whether or not they could go ahead and still do harvest when in fact the signs will say no, you can't harvest mussels or whatever. And so the question was asked by a tribal member, and we talked about it. And then Commissioner Jacobson offered as she has now, a very eloquent way of describing what the dilemma might be. It might be legal to do it because the answer was, oh, it's going to be legal, but it's legal for certain folks during certain times. And so her question was thinking through the mechanics of human behavior. And that was sort of the eloquent point of her question.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Chair.
I do believe that this exists in practice now that could be learned from. In fact, I know it does, but I can't speak very liberally about that. And that's probably something maybe DLCD can speak to with respect to some other existing designations and harvest rights. But I think I would love a solution around that, because I think it's a very good question, and it is a problem, likely, that should be addressed.
And Commissioner Jacobson, do you have more questions you wanted to ask? I
think that's all my questions for now. Thank you, Andy and Charlie, for being here.
Great. Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Piermine had her hand up first.
Oh.
I'll defer to.
It's your yellow wall.
The cartoon hides. Andy and Charlie, that presentation was incredible, and I'm wrapping up my time on the commission today. And Andy, it has been such a pleasure to watch your work over the years, and I'll say the way that you communicate visually and in an ongoing written, your team, Patty, is doing such an extraordinary job. And so I just want to make sure you know that. And then Charlie, to be able to have the service that you have and to learn directly from you related to the bigger picture of what you've been working on. I'm really grateful for your time today, and then to talk and that your service over the years. It's just awesome to be able to learn about. So I'm going to kind of have a couple reflections and then a couple questions in there. And then just to check in, Chair MacArthur, how much time do we have for discussion right now?
Well, we still need to fit in the wildfire work before lunch. So I don't want to cut off this conversation. I guess we could check in, and maybe staff could check. Kirsten, could you check in with John to see if maybe he could do this after lunch? I want to really honor our lunchtime because I've been asked to do that. So I would say we have, if we can move John, apologies in advance, to 1 o'clock, then we have the final 5 or 10 minutes here.
Okay, great. John, I got a thumbs up there. Not even a cartoon thumbs up. Okay.
Oh, there you are.
On a phone
you.
one? No.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John. So I'll be brief, but just want to get these in. Just related to, I really appreciate the reflections that you're having on process, and you're hearing, community and your commission and every agency's interest in thinking about tribal, understanding the work with tribes differently. And I think that we're at a time where we're reflecting on that. So I really want to appreciate the work there and just keep encouraging ways to bring that into your process. So having land acknowledgements at the OPAC meetings, having ways that you're creating points of learning and honoring the stewardship. We're learning as an agency. All agencies are doing that. So just really want to encourage, those land acknowledgements to be very local to the place. And anyway, keep up that important work. And then just would say that the more we can reflect and honor that long stewardship in all of our communications, just my question for you would be, where do you feel like, Andy, that you see that opportunity within the work that you're doing?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Katie. And I think to give a full answer to it, I need to step back outside of our Territorial Sea Plan process to some degree, because the composition of the Ocean Policy Advisory Council is statutorily kind of prescripted, and there's one seat for all of our kind of tribal governments, and that is something that we received a letter about. That the commission then responded in written form, supporting, representation, equal representation from our tribal governments on the council. I think that would be a big first step. And until that happens, I think we will continue to have challenges because no one tribe wants to represent the position of any other. And so that's why I step back. That would require statutory change, but I believe in making that change, which would allow each entity to have their own perspective and voice on the council.
Thank you. And just again, it's been great watching your work over the years and your appreciation of the stewardship of this place and the creatures on it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. I'll just keep it really brief. Really, my only question is unless I missed it, it'd be great to receive the presentation. There was just so much information in there. I'm learning about these issues as a new commissioner. And so that would be super helpful to me. And then just thanks so much for the presentation and to everybody volunteering so much of your time on this important work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. The presentation should be delivered to you. I have to apologize. I was up late working on it last night. So it will be delivered to you for your use after the fact.
Well, thanks for staying up late. It was time well spent because it was excellent. So thank you. Appreciate that. And I agree with, it's nice to get these have the actual stuff in front of us because I can follow along pretty well and take my notes, but in the future, that's what we'll strive for. But thank you very much. Other commissioners? Not trying to cut off conversation on this very important topic. If we go a few minutes into lunch, I think that's fine. I just wanted to be aware of time issues.
Chair, I'll say one last thing if I can. Sorry, my hand needs to come. Is just observing the power of technology through this process and the transformational change that when you truly understand a system and its makeup through the data that you're getting and the mapping tools, just it's profound. And so want to really honor the work that you've all put into that commitment to because it's going to change the way we behave with the resources that we're engaging in stewarding. So thank you for doing that. And I think as a commissioner, we have had over my time amazing coastal visits. Obviously, those have shifted over the past couple of years, but other commissioners, you'll look forward to these incredible ways to see the landscape. And then the Zoom experience is now recorded, so you can go back to these sessions and watch this video. So the technology that the agency has implemented from a process perspective is much more inclusive and will give you as commissioners a chance to go review it, because I didn't have that chance and this would have been awesome in the past. So Andy, I'm with you on sort of working on my presentation to get it right to the last minute, and having this as a resource is a huge gift. So thanks to the agency.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Pearmine. And I think there's one last thing that I would like to end on, and that is that one of the actions that OPAC took at the last meeting, but we didn't actually touch on, was that there was a recognition by our group and by our process that the agencies that were participating in stewardship of the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy are capacity limited. And we want to build capacity to be able to, use non-regulatory mechanisms like education, outreach, interpretation as a state to accompany rules and regulations that, are actually, kind of an enforcement focused. And OPAC asked, or approved sending a letter to the governor's office to ask state agencies to pull together budgets to appropriately fund the future implementation of this strategy. That letter has not been sent yet to the governor's office, so I didn't have it to report. But the idea that we're underfunding and understaffing the management of this important resource is something that came through loud and clear in our process. And I think that that's something that you will see in the future is a potential budget policy option package from the agency. And it may be, correlated and planned in parallel with capacity at other agencies as well. Because we need to be able to conduct this process in the future. We need to be able to do complete reviews, and we need to be able to act, to coordinate all of the different interpretation efforts that currently exist up and down the coast that aren't coordinated. So that's, a future area of work that I am looking forward to, and hopefully some capacity that we can get for the resource.
That's a great parting shot, but I want to make sure that Charlie has a chance to have some final remarks if you choose to do so, Charlie.
Sure. I just want to, highlight what we're talking about. The rocky habitat is the coral reef of Oregon's coast. High relief habitat is extremely important to us. The critters that live there are not just important commercially, but they're also important for education and for research. Rocky habitats are kind of our sentinel listening sites too for research. This is how we found out about sea star wasting disease. This is how we'll learn about ocean acidification, and we'll learn about resiliency. It's also how we'll make future investments in submerged aquatic vegetation, which is becoming a very hot topic under climate change, ocean acidification, kelp, and the role of vegetation in our oceans and in our estuaries will become increasingly more important. It would be great to see leadership in Oregon taking advantage of these opportunities to invest in our ocean as other resilient areas and sinks for carbon. We see a lot of this on our working lands, but I would like to define our ocean as working lands as well and see some strategies coming out. So I'm moved that so many people got involved in this process and did such heavy lifting without really a lot of pushing on their own. So seeing the public engage like this means that it does really matter. So thank you.
Well, any final comments from commissioners? Well, super, super great work. Very excited you came here today. Charlie, in particular, thank you. It's really helpful to have, since we need to be so much in lockstep with OPAC. I appreciate you being here to represent that viewpoint as well. So great work. We'll end this agenda item, start up after lunch at 1 p.m. with John Jennings' issue on wildfire, and have a great lunch.
Thank you, commissioners.
Chair MacArthur, this is Esther. Just wanted to confirm that we do not have public comment.
Thank you. You had texted me that, but I failed to mention that. Thank you so much. No public comment on this. Thank you, Esther. Appreciate you keeping me in line.
Recording stopped.
Commissioner Jacobson, Commissioner Piermine, Commissioner Lilac, and Commissioner Warren. So you do have a quorum.
Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And thank you to John for your flexibility. Apologies for pushing you after lunch. Excuse me, but thank you. And I circle back to staff. I think we can get back on schedule. I think we'll do 1 to 1:15 for you, John. And then I think we can do commission business in 45 minutes. And then we're totally back on track relative to the 2 o'clock start time for strategic planning. So John, welcome and take it away.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the Commission, I'm John Jennings. I'm the Community Services Specialist. and I'm joining you this afternoon from Redmond, Oregon. So we have a really simple request of the Commission. You'll recall that just a little while ago, we adopted the wildfire rules that replaced temporary rules that were actually adopted and enacted last October. What we didn't know at that time was that in one particular instance, a rule number that we used because we didn't know any better was permanently retired when that temporary rule expired. And so the remedy is simple. What we would like to do is to encourage you to adopt a new number. And so we would be replacing OAR 660-014-0080 with OAR 660-014-0090. Then of course, any accompanying cross references would be corrected as well. And that's really it. That's it. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions. We do recommend you move forward with adoption today as identified in the staff report. Thank you.
Chair, you're on mute.
Thank you. Thank you, John. It's kind of like a football jersey. They retire it apparently after they've been overused. But do commissioners have any questions for John? Great. I would love to have somebody make a motion.
I move the commission. Oh, go ahead.
No, please go ahead. I'll be happy to second.
Okay. I move the commission adopt the revision to OAR Chapter 660, Division 14 as recommended by the department.
I will second the motion.
Great. We have a motion from Commissioner Warren, a second from Commissioner Lilac. Esther, would you call the roll, the vote?
Yes, Commissioner Pearmine.
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Aye.
Commissioner Warren.
Aye.
Commissioner Lilac.
Aye.
Chair MacArthur.
Aye. The motion passes with a couple of excused absences. And thank you, John, for waiting all that time for 2.5 minutes in front of us. But thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'm always happy to give time to my colleague Andy Lanier. He's a shining star. And I also wanted to take just a second to thank Commissioner Pearmine for her good work, hard work on the commission. She's going to be missed, and I really would encourage you strongly to stay involved in land use issues. I know you've got an awful heavy workload as it is, but if you could find the time, we'd all be better for it. So thank you very much, and I'm just going to kind of stay tuned.
Thank you, John. Thanks for all you do.
Thanks, John. Thanks, everybody. And I had a secret pact with staff that would get through that agenda item in the 7.5 minutes rather than 15. And I'm happy to make it. I'm happy to state that we made it in half that time. So half the 7.5 minute time. So this is very exciting. Okay, let's move on to commission business. The second half of commission business. The materials for it are in your packet under agenda item number 7. We are going to go, Esther is going to review with us the proposed dates for commission meetings in 2022, and then we'll talk about the best practices scorecard. So Esther, schedule.
Thank you. Okay, well, for our, my name is Esther Johnson, and I'm the commission assistant. Near the end of every year, we strive to establish the Lcdc meeting schedule for the following year. In 2019, the commission held 7 meetings, 6 of which were 2-day full meetings. In 2020, we held 4 2-day meetings, 2 special meetings, and canceled March when the pandemic hit. All meetings from May 2020 through present have been held virtually via Zoom. For 2022, staff recommends that commission continue the practice of setting bi-monthly dates throughout the year. This allows for more predictability and for more flexibility for staff to accommodate the timing of needs. The dates on the next page show what this might look like. It also demonstrates a need for availability in terms of ensuring a quorum. Meetings will be located either in Salem or throughout the state when it is safe to travel and to hold meetings in person again. And so this will show the dates bi-monthly. You'll see that I have included virtual or Salem for February. And the reason for a February meeting was to allow for Secretary of State filings and to leave as much time for deliberation as possible. But upon recent news with CFEC, we still would like to maintain a February LCDC meeting. In the past, we've had 3 meetings in the Salem basement hearing room and then 3 traveling meetings. This is a proposal of visiting John Day, Springfield, and Lincoln City next year. But again, that will be confirmed at least 2 to 3 months before that meeting date. The next map, the next slide, will show a map of our meeting locations, and this is through 2001 through 2019. I will be sending the slide that shows the proposed meeting dates to commissioners, and if you could let me know by going through your calendars and letting me know if there is a conflict. My primary goal is to ensure a quorum. Thank you.
So Esther, if I may, just to fill in a little bit of information from DAS, Department of Administrative Services, on a potential reopening to the public for state agencies. I'm not sure that the agreement between the state of Oregon and SEIU, one of our major unions, has yet been signed, but it has been agreed in principle that we will target January 1st as our reopening to the public date. But as in all things COVID, that is really dependent upon where we are with the virus at that time. The only thing I can think of, and this is based on a presentation that the state epidemiologist gave us in executive leadership team now 3 weeks ago. OHSU does a lot of modeling on case counts and infection rates and transmission rates. They were absolutely on target, suggesting that the Delta variant cases would begin to decline around about the second week of September. And in fact, while they're still way, way, way too high, they have been dropping by about 10% per week. However, Dean Seidlinger, the epidemiologist, also warned that there could be a surge in the fall as we get into usual cold and flu season. So we have some level of certainty, I suppose, that we will be reopening at the first of the new year, but we absolutely will not be before then.
Thanks, Jim. That's useful. And I was looking at the schedule, which I know was put together. Esther, nice presentation, first of all. The schedule was put together and potential locations before we made a decision yesterday to extend the CFAC adoption date to May. And so I think that we should, I don't believe there's any MPO that covers the John Day area. So although I'd love to get to John Day, so maybe that could be switched up and we do that in September or something. But it seems to me we should have that meeting somewhere in the valley if it's going to be, or within the MPO district areas across the valley, if we are going to do that.
Yes, I will make that change. So what I'm hearing is with our CFAC hearing in May, that should take place in Salem.
I think that's probably pretty central, especially if we're going back to, it wouldn't necessarily matter if we were going to just do everything virtually, but if we do go to a location, I suspect a Salem location is a good one, generally kind of centered. But then we'll talk more at a different time though about this, perhaps a hybrid approach. I think Katie Pearmine has touched on this a couple times, and I really believe that this virtual connection, even though it was hard to get used to, it really is wonderful in terms of engaging people that can sit in their cars during their lunch hour and testify, and throughout the state. They don't have to drive hours to Salem. So I'm hoping as we transition back to an in-person meeting that we can keep some component of the virtual connection to our public.
Chair MacArthur, I completely agree. And it's also great for people traveling, particularly during winter with weather conditions that may not be safe. The only other suggestion I would have, I was thinking the same thing with May. The only other option would be to just change May and July. If we wanted to meet in the Valley in Springfield in May and John Day in July, but I'm wide open. The schedule works for me, so just a suggestion.
Great, yeah. Thanks, good thought. I can scroll down and see if anyone else has their hands up, but yeah, Commissioner Warren, thank you.
I'd also like to bring up the fact that being able to zoom into a meeting works particularly well for commissioners, especially since a lot of us are busy doing lots of different things. It could allow for some of us to be present in meetings that we may not be able to attend if they were, in John Day or something.
Sure, totally get that.
So Chair, I will need to get back to you as to our having that hybrid virtual and in person. I will need to get together with John Dunsmore, our IT, and see if that is possible and how we can make those accommodations.
Thank you, Esther. Maybe we can have a conversation, if it gives you enough time to connect with folks, have a conversation in November about this, because if in fact we are able to have an in-person meeting in January, then that would be useful to have that conversation in advance. Great. Is there anything?
Chair MacArthur, I'm sorry.
Sorry, yes, go ahead, Kirsten.
Thank you. We had, regarding reopening, Chair MacArthur and members of the commission, we had we almost reopened on September 1st. And the planning around that, I would just share under the hood, is extensive. So I guess February is a little more realistic. I keep thinking we have a January meeting and we don't, so forgive me, but you're right, we're talking about February. So if we come back in January, we might be able to pull off a hybrid in February and in person as well as online. I was thinking it was January, which probably I was just having a little bit of performance anxiety of like being able to pull off that whole show in January if we were just to return on January 1. We'll stay in touch.
Yeah, that's great. Well, and thank you. And that's part of the reason for the conversation in November is for staff to let us know the feasibility and the drawbacks and everything and the opportunities of doing in-person virtual hybrids. So I'm not wed to any one thing. I'm just saying we should have a conversation about that.
Thank you. Good call. Thank you.
Other commissioners have questions for Esther on schedule. Katie Pearmine, Commissioner Pearmine. I saw your little hand this time.
I just want to comment and thank Esther as somebody who watched your work over the years here, and all staff that put together the in-person and online meetings, and the preparation and materials have gotten just incredible. And so I just want to say what goes on behind the scenes is amazing, and really grateful for all you do.
Thank you.
I'd say ditto on that big time, but thanks for saying that, Commissioner. Okay, seeing no other hands up, I think we'll turn it over to, I don't know who is leading us through the KPM. I forget what the initial stand for, but Best Practices Assessment Scorecard. Just for reference, it was attachment B under agenda item number 7, which was yesterday's agenda packet.
Right. Chair MacArthur, members of the commission, for the record, my name is Carol Bovette, and I am here to hopefully help you get through the 2021 version of the Commission Best Practices Assessment Scorecard. I would share for the commission that this particular KPM, and that is stands for Key Performance Measure, but this particular KPM is actually a foundational one for all agencies that have a board or commission, much like we do at DLCD. And so it is something that even though we have a certain amount of latitude as to how we do our key performance measures, this one is actually required of us given our structure. But I'm hoping that everybody got a copy of the KPM assessment scorecard in your materials. And I want to make sure that everybody gets your assessment in, hopefully by the end of the day. There are 16 assessment measures that you have to either give a yes or a no on. It is fairly simple, but given that, I thought I'd open up to questions if there's something that anyone feels that I may be able to help with.
Thank you, Carol. Yeah, it is, as I mentioned to folks, it's attachment B. So I did not realize it's due today, so I could fax it to you maybe.
That's just fine. That's just fine.
Chair, and Carol, if I may, it's Kirsten here. Yeah. Carol and I are I'm supportive to Carol on this, and I did threaten I would probably interrupt, so pardon me, Carol, but I just wanted to also point out for commissioners that there's sort of a guide in that attachment C, which is the criteria, sort of walks through some of the reasoning and the system for achieving the success. So it gives a bit of a kind of a cheat sheet, like how would I know if, because the B is pretty brief. And honestly, I think we're comfortable either, Chair, leaving some downtime now for commissioners just to complete it, some quiet time, or, ending early today, but commissioners could simply take a picture of your completed card with your phone and text it or email it from your phone to Esther would be just fine too, because probably, I know I don't have a working fax machine. I'm impressed, Chair MacArthur, that you do. Thank you.
Great. Do commissioners, since this is time sensitive, I'm going to take a picture of mine as I'm talking so I can send it in. But other questions if people have, just speak out. You don't need to actually raise your hands if you don't want to. We have this wonderful resource in the way of Carol and Kirsten here to answer our questions.
I love the quiet time really quickly to take pictures and send. So maybe suggest like 3 minutes and check back in.
Great, let's do that. If somebody wants to keep time, that'd be great.
Okay, the time is 1:21 and I will check back at 1:24.
Sir, did you receive mine? This is Nick.
Were you sending it to Esther?
Oh, I'm sorry. Who was I supposed to send it to? I can send it to anybody.
Esther. Yeah, I think to Esther.
Yes, Commissioner Lilac, yes, I've received attachment B. And the time is 1:24, Chair.
So checking in to make sure if that was sufficient time. It looks like Commissioner Permine thought it was. Nick already sent his. Stewart. Commissioner Jacobson, did you have enough time?
We're not quite there yet.
Okay, let's give you another minute then. That's fine. Take your time.
Okay, Commissioner Warren, I have received your attachment B.
And did you say you got mine, Esther?
Yes, Chair, I have received yours.
Thank you.
Have you received mine, Esther?
Esther, ma'am, you're on mute. I don't know if you responded to Commissioner Jacobson.
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Jacobson, I have not received yours yet.
Okay.
Is it by text or email, Commissioner?
I tried to send it by email.
Okay. Thank you. We'll get there. I know Vice Chair Halova's finishing hers on the plane. She said she's going to fax it when she texts it when she gets to JFK.
Yeah, that was what she was saying. And then Commissioner Sandoval.
We'll have to follow up with him, Chair McCarthy. We haven't heard back from our email to him.
I feel like we can continue on. Like I'm ready to move on, and Esther, just let me know if it doesn't show up, and I'll send it again or try it by text. But I have it.
Okay, Commissioner Piermine, thank you for your text.
Great. Thanks everyone for doing that. And then I was a thought I had about. Well, actually, Kirsten had a thought earlier about work sessions, perhaps for the CFAC process. If there's value add in that, you know, and in working with staff, because I know the CFAC staff isn't here right now, so I don't want to, you know, dictate anything to them. But the idea is if there's an opportunity, if they feel like there's an opportunity for commissioners to meet in a work session format, and perhaps with invited guests. I don't know I think that's probably still legal, just to have a conversation, like maybe some AOC, LOC members, or I mean, whatever, figure out what's needed for the topic at hand. So, and maybe that's useful. Again, this is really up to staff to figure this out, but there's ways to have interactive connections, not just with staff at those work sessions, but also with some interest groups on particular items, I think, but we'll have to defer to Steve on whether or not that part is okay to do. We'd still notify everybody, but we might want to have specific conversations with a couple of outside groups. So we won't argue or discuss what the legality of that yet, but if you guys want to pursue that, I would check in with Steve and make sure. Well, Steve, you're right there. I don't know what your thought is about that.
Yeah, I think we could structure that so that we were in compliance with the public meeting law and had the forum you were describing.
Great. So anyway, just food for thought. Kirsten, you kind of planted the seed, and I think it's a really good idea. So feel free to bring that up with staff and kind of think that through. Any other folks have commission business issues they want to bring up, kind of commission-oriented issues in this agenda item? Esther is shaking her head no. I don't see commissioners' hands. And I just note that Commissioner Warren and I spoke during the lunch hour, and he, after the strategic planning discussion, he's going to leave. He will not probably come back. He's, again, this is his first week of graduate school, and he's doing a lot of things, trying to juggle a lot of balls. That means that the remaining four, just to reiterate a point I made yesterday, if you could stay to the end of the meeting, because we'll need a quorum to deliberate on the appeal issue later. I think it's a 3:30 timeframe, and we have invited guests, so I can't do that earlier or change that around. So hopefully if the other four can't be here through the 4:30 timeframe, then let us know, and then we can ask Commissioner Warren if he could change things around to make sure we have a quorum. But at this point, I'm seeing nobody raise their hand. I think we'll just go ahead with the existing process. Thanks, Commissioner Warren, for letting me know that. Appreciate it. Okay, thank you. Let's go on. Thank you, Esther. Let's go on to strategic planning, agenda item 11. And I think, Kirsten, you and Sadie are sort of double teaming this.
Chair MacArthur, thank you. It's a hey, Sadie. I will go ahead and share the PowerPoint and run it if I'm successful. Okay, so thanks for this time today. We have some strategic, we get to update our strategic plan. I believe it's under tab 10, 11 in your packet. In that packet, I included, thank you, Esther, the full current strategic plan, which is 2014 to 2022. So appreciate if commissioners sort of put their hands on that and have it ready. It's an important document. Several commissioners, well, Chair MacArthur, were you here under the development of the existing? It was an internal staff, but I know it went through commission. I think you were, Chair.
Yeah, I think that Carrie was really leading that up, and I recall one conversation with the commission on that. I don't think it was a really big involvement effort. I think it was basically staff prepared and we looked at it, is my memory.
Right, and adopted it sort of in accordance with your, make sure we weren't going off track. So thank you for that.
Yeah, if I may, just to follow on Robin's point for a moment. I think we were very clear that this was the department's strategic plan and did not necessarily include the commission. My memory is that we had a fairly in-depth discussion about that, and at the time, the commission concurred that we were bringing to you our strategic plan for the next period of time, which ended up being essentially 10 years.
That is what my memory as well, Jim. And so is that the philosophy going forward with this update?
Jim, if I may.
Yes.
Chair, thank you. Jim always has a philosophy, but I'm an engagement engagement enthusiast. And so I really, Jim's sort of letting me lead this strategic plan update, and we would like several touch points with the commission on this. And a little bit different from 8 years ago, we plan to do some outreach as well. The 2014 to 2022 strategic plan was an internal process only. Sadie helped inform me about this. We did not do any survey work or any engagement of our partners or stakeholders. And it is my personal and professional opinion that we can strengthen and deepen our relationship with our partners in local government and other stakeholders with a bit of engagement around the strategic plan and the strategic goals. So we are planning, I would like to come back in November with a draft strategy on that. So this is just a quick intro. What is it? Why would we be talking about a strategic framework instead of a strategic plan? And then come back with actually an communications and engagement strategy for your November commission meeting. But there would be a couple of key points with commission. This is also a roll up to 2023 will be the 50th anniversary of the statewide land use planning program. So this arc of engagement we have an opportunity to do through this next 18 months with some outreach is an opportunity to gather successes of the 50-year legacy and to share those out in the updated strategic plan. So we are thinking about this a little bit more externally than the last initiative. With that, I guess I'll go ahead unless, Chair, you have any other questions at this point.
No, please. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So this is, as I mentioned, it's a chance to really look at our successes and our challenges and to kind of chart where we go as an agency from here. Now, commission crafts the policy agenda. You had a great discussion led by Sadie yesterday on that. And our policy option package is also a very commission informed. There really are three parts of a whole program with engagement, obviously, in the governor and the legislative offices. In terms of, we don't operate in a silo here. These are a few challenges and successes that came to my mind, but I would be curious, and we have some questions there, on what challenges and successes commissioners feel we should be highlighting through the program. We've talked about our legacy of exclusion, and we know we have deep racial disparities in our state. So I would say that's a challenge going on. A positive and a success is more inclusive practices. A challenge, I would say, would be low density development inside urban growth boundaries. A positive are urban growth boundaries. But we have more opportunity to work inside those boundaries to really redevelop and infill in healthy and sustainable ways. A negative has been our impact on the environment from automobile travel and greenhouse gas emissions. And a little zoom bar here. And then a great success is the work of Chris Shirley and her team, 25 agency team, on a climate adaptation framework. So there's a lot to kind of look back on, I think, over this 50 years, and a lot to kind of look forward as we forecast into the next 50 years with the celebration in 2023. So we have a major opportunity here to just check ourselves and see for a moment, what are we doing? What are we doing well? And what do we want to continue to deepen into? So mention just where do we go from here, 50 years back, 50 years forward. And something that Jim and I are relatively obsessed about these days are what information do we want? What information do we need? What information do we have? And whether or not we're measuring the right things. This is really a major opportunity for the department internally, but we are interested in commission's interest in this. You know, do you feel that you have, staff brings incredible presentations. Do you feel like you're getting the information? Have you been curious about something you don't have data on? I'm not sure we'd be able to answer it, but now would be the time to plan. We will probably be requesting some consultant resources to help us with this plan update, and there's nothing to say that that consultant couldn't be a technical consultant in some regards as well and help us gather some information if staff are really at capacity. The two charts on the screen aren't really meant to be read, but they're from the RENA, Sean has been doing great work in presenting on the data we now have from Eco Northwest and OHCS on the regional housing needs analysis. Then of course, tremendous information that we gather on the Farm Forest report. But we could bring back to you what data we do regularly collect through the post-acknowledgement plan amendment system. And so maybe, and then the Oregon Coastal Management Program is a wealth of data as well. But we don't really look at it uniformly in terms of our key performance measures. There's an opportunity to really tighten up what we're tracking, what we're reporting on here in concert with where our agency priorities are. Let's see if I can get this to down screen here. Another major opportunity with this strategic plan update is to tie it to the governor's direction from her most recent DEI action plan that was in your director's report. So we posit that this strategic plan update should be equity-based, which is a really major, that's probably I'd say that's a right turn, or maybe even a 180-degree turn from our latest strategic plan. We mentioned equity in the last strategic plan, but it wasn't defined, and we didn't particularly delve deeply into that. So this would be a major opportunity here. Just some stats on the changing demographics in Oregon from that report. You can see on the screen, but we are changing, we're changing rapidly. I'm one that really likes to pay attention to qualitative information as well as quantitative information. Just for example, that African American community members or Native American community members aren't well represented in Oregon by virtue of numbers. They are disproportionately impacted by historical injustice and also on many health and livability outcomes. So we'd like to look at the qualitative experience as well as some of the quantitative data. The state's racial equity framework, you have this in front of you under commission business, but this is to all state agencies, so we can take this on as direction with the strategic plan update. Governor asks us, the Chief Cultural Change Officer asks us to establish strong leadership to eradicate racial and other forms of disparity in all aspects of state government. That is a high charge. So to kind of weave this into the strategic plan update, we are finishing a sort of a scope of work for a diversity, equity, and inclusion assessment for DLCD. Commission has been asking for our trainings on that, and they are included in that scope of work. But what does this mean to eradicate racial and other forms of disparities? Well, first you need to know what the disparities are. So that will take a bit of homework and self-examination to even identify what the disparities are generated from the land use planning program. To center equity in our budgeting, I think we've done relatively well on that under Carol's leadership through the Ways and Means process, Carol and Jim's leadership last year. To strengthen community engagement, or she calls it public involvement through transformational community engagement. I think we're growing in that capacity. And to improve equitable access to services, programs, and resources. This is another high charge. We provide information only in English right now, except upon request. We're starting some Spanish translations, but we don't have anyone on staff who's bilingual or bicultural to be able to answer a question if someone were to call after reading our resources in Spanish. So we should think about that and hopefully correct that. We are working on fostering an inclusive workplace culture and more equitable hiring processes. So just to say that our internal strategic plan update is going to be pinned to these statewide goals. Our current mission, you have it there, is to help communities, and the existing language says citizens. So we will recommend that we'll use a different term, and I've just posited their residents. So to help communities and residents plan for protection, improve the built and natural systems, you can read that there, and to foster vibrant communities. We don't have any sense at this time that the mission needs to change. It's a strong mission. So we're not, it's not a complete overhaul of the strategic plan by any means. This is a very strong mission statement. The guiding principles are also very strong to provide a healthy environment, a prosperous economy, a desirable quality of life, and fairness and equity. This last one was pinned to a Governor Kitzhaber 10-year plan for Oregon, so that we can drop off and either create a new principle or just leave it at 4. The current strategic goals you can see there. We might change these to slightly. Strategic goals we might consider today might focus on addressing climate, housing, crises, equity. We have some very natural hazards, the growing effects of climate change, wildfires, et cetera. We have some conditions now that we didn't have 10 years ago. We're very aware of the impacts of climate change. We weren't 10 years ago. 10 years ago, folks were still talking about whether it's okay to talk about climate change. Now it's undeniable. So a rough timeline, this is just a quick reminder of where we were, and we're just launching this journey together and as staff, but a rough timeline would be the staff would take up some process design through this December and come back to you in November to conduct some research and hold a retreat with commission and staff, not necessarily together, but do those gatherings through early February 2022 for kickoff, for more substantive discussion, engage the broader community and our partners through May. That would help inform our budget prep, because we generally do some community engagement, stakeholder engagement for those budget requests as well. And then cohering a review draft in March. We'd have a new governor at that time. We would be into the legislative session and be listening for those priorities, producing a final draft with a publication timed to the 50th year celebration in the new biennium, then the 23-25 biennium. The framework approach, I've mentioned this and credited for Vice Chair and Commissioner Piermine, who suggested this to me once, and I was so taken with it that, you know, we found that we created a detailed strategic plan, but we really didn't manage to it internally at DLCD. So I think there's, you know, we need to sort of right size the structure of the document with what we can handle as staff, but also to be more nimble. So a framework approach would allow us to be more responsive to conditions. In this, just in this last 2 years, commissioners are well aware, too painfully aware, we've been hit with pandemic, catastrophic wildfires, heat waves that have, you know, been a great threat to human health and life, as well as ice storms. So this is, you know, we're learning really fast about adapting to climate change and what communities need. So a framework approach would allow us to have strategic goals at the higher level and to create biennial work plans within those goals that would be more concurrent and more aligned with our policy agendas in those 2 year periods. So these questions are for commission discussion. And if folks have thoughts today, I'd be grateful. But we're curious about if you have any reflections on, you know, the structure of the current plan and the strategic framework approach. If there's anything you'd like to comment on about the framework being equity centered and what that means to you. Equity, you know, even though defined by the governor, it's, you know, it's, unless we really focus on that, can mean a lot of different things to different people, and that's okay. So we'd be curious what equity sort of means to you at the community level, where you live, work, and play and recreate. You know, what kind of data would you be looking for? You have a very high vantage point leading the policy of the state's comprehensive land use agency. You know, what do you wish you knew as you're making these decisions? And do you have any early refinements to the strategic goals? So those are the questions for reflection today. And with that, that is all I wanted to cover in the overview. And would love to just see if there's any comments or questions from commissioners at this juncture.
Thank you, Deputy Director Green. And I don't know if Sadie, did you want to add anything to it at this point?
I don't think so. I'm excited to hear the ideas that commissioners have. And again, like I said yesterday, I'm grateful for Kirsten's leadership in the process. I do think it will be a big improvement for us to have a more engaged process. And I think it's a really fantastic opportunity to have coming at the same time we're celebrating our 50th year anniversary, because I think it does give us an opportunity to really engage some key partners at the state level, at the stakeholder level, and at the community and community-based organization level that can help inform and strengthen our work moving forward, but can also create some key alliances that we haven't perhaps enjoyed in the past. So I think it's a great opportunity, and I'm really looking forward to your ideas. Thanks.
Thank you. So Commissioner Warren and Commissioner Piermine, you have your hands up.
Yes, thank you, Kirsten and Chair MacArthur. I love strategic planning. I think it's fantastic, and I'm really looking forward to this process. Whatever role I get to plan it, it will be fantastic. So a couple of things that came to mind for me already. You know, we've been kind of discussing over the last day and a half about maybe this potential for implementation side of things at the department, and I'm not sure where that would fall into strategic planning, but maybe something along the lines of exploring DLCD's role in implementation. And another thing that I found super useful with strategic planning is kind of a check-in it would be at our commission level. So when we have kind of a big ticket item on the agenda, placing a little space in there for commissioners and staff to kind of come back to that strategic plan within that agenda item to say, okay, you know, this is really hits the mark on our diversity and equity inclusion goals. And these are the reasons why this agenda item is important for this part of our strategic plan. So thank you.
Yeah, good points. Commissioner Pearmine.
I think this is a question that bifurcates humans. Do you love strategic planning or not love strategic planning? And I too love strategic planning, which is why we're on the commission, because we're planning minded people. And really love the fact that you're doing a big think with this, and that you're really pulling way back and asking a lot of extraordinary questions. So some early thoughts related to the questions that you have here. When I was listening to the update, I was thinking about just one of the outcomes being a dashboard for internally and the commission. And so just thinking about your audiences being LCDC, DLCD, the greater public, cities and counties, and obviously grounding in the most important being the public and understanding more about that. And so one of the things, like Commissioner Warren was saying, I think from just like best practice for organizational development is for commission and staff to get the most recent thinking related to organizational development and strategic planning. So the strategic planner could actually present to the commission based on sort of what those best practices are these days. They change every minute, and with technology, with new data, it really evolves very quickly. And so just thoughts there. Sorry, my notes are kind of all over the place. I think a big piece is training across the staff, cities, counties, the public, commission, so that we all sort of do have best practices related to racial diversity, equity, and inclusion. And then one of the big things about this program that Chair MacArthur and I talk about a lot is related to telling the story of the work that this agency and the planning structure do. And so this has always been kind of such a technical field that it goes unseen. It's the things that it's hard when things don't get developed and people are out enjoying these extraordinary rocky shores and protected scenic areas. So how we work with other agencies to assure that the story is being told in the spaces in alignment with other agencies. So really Travel Oregon, anyone who is state parks, that we're telling the story of this place. So those are some early thoughts.
I would say ditto to all those. I just really reinforce everything that Katie just said. Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you. And I just have a couple of notes as I really was listening to Commissioners Warren and Pearmine, and I agree with all of their comments. So, and I don't know if it's the kind of the guiding principles or the strategic goals, but I guess what these are great principles and goals, and I think they stand the test of time, which is what's so important. I just think about kind of the four big things that I just see on our radar that is the focus of so much of what we're dealing with. It's going forward is going to be equity, climate, housing, and hazards. Right. Those are just kind of in my wheelhouse, and maybe it's from my perspective, but it just seems like all of our work is revolving around those right now. And I don't mean to discount other things, protecting wildlife habitat and other natural resources or anything. It's just that everything is, to me, centered on those four right now. I like that you talk about the department being nimble going forward. I think that's so important. And I think one of the things, and it's probably not able to get there, and this is maybe a better question for Jim, but for you as well, but gosh, I wish there were something in there about stability. The department has just gone through such a roller coaster of funding, and it seems like it does all the time. And that maybe that's not possible, but I just think about the organization. Is there a way for, you're also, and I don't like this term, but I'm just saying it, you're adequately resourced, or whatever the case may be, for that your resources align with the expectations of what you are all able to do, so that we don't burn people out. We retain the great team that we have going forward for the long term. And I think about remote work and that's probably being nimble. It probably all falls in those big buckets, which I think is so important. The other two comments, and just to echo these, supporting implementation of the program in local communities. Gosh, it's just so important. Of course, both technical assistance and grant funding. And I just really, really like the idea of the 50th anniversary celebration, that being just kind of the centerpiece and the piece going forward. So those were just some of my initial thoughts going through this. I'm so pleased to be a part of it, as Commissioner Warren said. So valuable for the organization. And going back to my comment yesterday, just about how the change in governor's influences, and you mentioned it comes out in middle of 23, but a lot of the work is going to be done in 2022, it sounds like, and then it's the refinements in early 2023. So I still wonder about that, but that's just something that I'm thinking about. The team will figure it out. So thank you. Great work.
Part of being nimble, Commissioner Lilac. Thank you so much. So we'll probably get to, I'd say, about 70% draft, and then know that we will have to respond. We'll have some indication in November with a governor-elect, and we'll see their priorities. So, but thank you for that. When you brought it up yesterday, it was really profound for me as well. So thanks for even raising the issue. Appreciate it. My future.
And yeah, I appreciate everyone's comments. And I really liked Commissioner Pearmine's description of there's the bifurcation between people that love strategic planning and people that hate it. I'm not really in the hate column. I've been involved in many strategic planning efforts, excuse me, but I have grown to dislike them because I was involved in many, as I say, and I don't recall after they were done ever looking at those products. And I don't know if the intended audience ever looked at those products. And so I'm excited about this effort because of the way you're approaching it. But I would really want to think through what is the product, who's the audience, first of all, who's the downstream audience, and there might be multiples, but who's the audience, and that dictates the product and the language we use in the product. And to reinforce what Katie Pearmine had said, we just have to use more accessible language. I don't know if it's lore or it's a true story, but there's the story we might all have learned in school that, JFK was touring NASA and would talk to a janitor, and he was mopping the floors, and JFK asked the janitor, so what are you doing? What do you do? He says, I'm putting a man on the moon. And that was his answer. And I don't know if we talk in terms of zoning and UGBs and UGRs and everything. And no, we're building housing, we're building communities, we're doing those things. And I think that's in line with implementation. We're not just planning anymore, we actually are implementing and helping communities implement. So I think the language thing is so key to me, to have it accessible. And then not to get too philosophical, but I was looking up the quote that I was thinking about from Albert Einstein. If you can't explain it to a 6-year-old, then you can't explain it at all. And so I just think we need to really think about the language we're using to communicate what we're doing, and figure out the audience and make it an accessible document so people can pick it up 2 weeks after it's endorsed or adopted, a month later, 2 years later, not only understand the language, but see themselves in that document, if that's the purpose of the document.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jacobson, I'm not sure. Oh, you do have your hand up now. Thank you. I think you're on mute. Yeah.
Sorry about that. I was going to say, I think Commissioner Pearmine and Commissioner Warren were in front of me with their hands up, so they can go ahead.
I think they were before, they've already spoken, so we can go back to them, but I wanted to make sure that you had a chance to speak.
Okay. I guess just a couple of reflective thoughts here. The fourth one down, the kind of data with a question mark, putting on my strategic thinking hat here. Data can be used to inform all of this. Data can be used to inform what the structure of a strategic plan should be. I mean, there's research on all of this stuff. There There's research on strategic framework approaches. There's people that do PhDs on how strategic plans should be done. And very rarely it's used. That's not something that people actually typically look to research for to guide them on how to do these things, but there's a lot of research. And so my point is that data should be threaded through every single one of these and not simply its own standalone piece that's plugged in somewhere. It's a thread. And I would also say that the same with equity. Equity is not, a bullet point or like a section. It's both the process and a part of the content, but also how you do it. And I guess the other point I wanted to make on equity centered is, strategic plans have a shelf life, but sometimes that shelf life can be fairly long, right? I mean, we're pulling from that until a new one can be done. And just like our understanding of climate change and things like that changes with time and sometimes can change very rapidly, so does our kind of understanding and societal thinking around equity. It changes over time. It shouldn't. I mean, I wish it was spot on to begin with, right? But it hasn't been. So we as a society have had some pretty awful equity thinking in the past, right? Like separate but equal. That was a societal way of thinking about equity that we know now is just discriminatory. And so I guess my point is with that one, but a lot of these, that I think within the implementation plan that typically is the companion piece to a strategic plan, there needs to be some feedback loops built in so that some of these things can be revisited, and not just revisited with the commission, like, yep, sounds good still, but kind of revisited by external people that have kind of the content experts in those pieces to kind of say, whoa, your equity center approach from 3 years ago is like really behind. Like you're not up to where this conversation is happening now. And so I think I'm not a lover of strategic planning. I guess I'm the one that stands out here, but I do love a good implementation plan because to me, that's where the rubber meets the road. And so I think that companion piece, if you're doing one, is really where a lot of this stuff gets sorted out on ideas versus how you do it. And I think that's the piece that's going to need equal time.
Thank you.
Great points, Commissioner. Commissioner Pearmine.
I love the idea, Commissioner Jacobson, of threading data through and threading sort of accountability through, and that those feedback loops. That's why, I was an athlete, and when I think about a strategic plan, it's the playbook. It's getting everybody on the team agreeing on what the plays are, practicing those plays, and then you revisit the plays based on the team that you're playing. So I think as far as the analogy that the framework plays is different than a plan. A plan can sit on a shelf and collect dust, but a framework helps you create the systemic way in which you're doing the work. And so building a culture at DLCD that is focused on continual improvement and organizational development. And so there's just some thinking related to the strategic planning best practices. I think, for me, because it's my last meeting, so I'm talking a lot. I think one of the documents that struck me is the document called Putting People into Planning. And Kirsten has heard me say this before, but I can't believe there's a document titled that, because why wouldn't the people be the center of the plan? So for me, it's the rethinking this work to saying planning for people, listening to people so you can create the communities where they can thrive. And I think when we reflect on that, this 50-year reflection that we'll have might not be a celebration for a lot of communities, right? A lot of communities were hurt by planning and have been and continue to. So sort of having a humility in the reflection and asking ourselves if there's healing that needs to be done with communities. So those are some other just thoughts as we're talking.
Thank you.
Wow, I love this conversation. Thank you. I have nothing else for the conversation and all the wisdom coming out of commissioners. Really appreciate everyone's points. I don't see any, Commissioner Jacobson, do you have your hand up again? Oh, okay. Didn't want to miss it. Let's see, I have to kind of toggle between a couple screens to make sure I see everybody. Staff response.
Well, this is, Sadie and I think are madly scribbling and listening and typing, and just really grateful for your early touch points here, and Commissioner Piermine for your continued guidance, and Commissioner Jacobson for your call to kind of be up to date with what best, both of you mentioned, sort of be up to date with what best thinking is. We haven't thought all this through, so that's why we're, recovering from a few things here. I had a period of time that I kind of lost in August and even July, and I would argue June, as I was attending to some personal matters. So would have liked to have brought this to you a little bit early, but here we are now. And I do look forward to bringing back sort of a process schedule that, for folks who don't love public process, it might be a bit of a snore, but it's more that we need to do that. And so my accountability is by saying that I'm going to deliver it to you as a sounding board. It's more that I need to get it done by mid-October for Jim's review so I can bring it to you in November. But really the idea, Commissioner Jacobson, just one thing I don't want to respond too quickly, because honestly, you each have given us so much to think about. Our thought about the implementation plan, though, is that biennial work plan, Commissioner Jacobson, so that we would have a 2-year work plan that more is a bit more closely aligned with the policy agenda. So these things aren't, you not have like strategic plan over here and then the actual policy agenda of the work we're doing over here. So you might see, a tighter alignment. I'm hoping for a tighter alignment between those items, so we don't just have a plan on a shelf and then the actual policy agenda that we're working on.
Yeah, and you could still weave in controls and check-ins between those 2-year plans for implementation. I mean, it's still totally possible to do that.
And then a high challenge to have dashboard and accountability. I mean, those do make me crumble, talk about humility, because those are things we've never done, so those are big. The and I'll pick we'll pick ourselves up and try and work on producing something, because those are so good and so important. But to pick a few indicators that we share with the community, with ourselves, and we're honest about making progress, or at least deepening and holding where we've said we've held. We can't kid ourselves that climate change is such an incredible threat to Oregon's economy and people and ways of life that it has to be an organizing principle. And I think Commissioner Lilac, for those 4 elements, those you actually, Jim, I don't know if you'll want to comment on Commissioner Lilac's 4 elements, but I think they're exactly map what you've been thinking about. I think but still on
to be honest, Kirsten, when I came up with my 4, they were actually 3, and you added natural hazards. So I think it perfectly mirrors what Nick said.
Yeah. So it's hard not to think that those would be, they're so visceral in our lives every day that it's hard to think about any other focus areas. But there is still the core work that the agency will want to do in farmland and resource protection. So just really, thanks. The last thing I think I'd say about that dashboard and the accountability is to more closely tie actually something you just completed. So what commissioners just completed, and we went pretty quickly through it, your ED group, but is those key performance measures, or those best practices for commission. We have a set of 12, I believe, key performance measures that we don't really daylight for you. And why don't we bring those back in November, because we will have submitted our report. There's an opportunity here to better align our key performance measures that we report to the legislature on with our dashboard here. And we have good pieces. We have the policy agenda, we have the key performance measures, we have strategic plan, but they weren't integrated. So there's an opportunity here to integrate. And then also with Jim's likely budget requests of more data analytics to help support some of that dashboarding. I think I can pretty much say with confidence that we don't collect the data I know I wish we had, which is, for example, on housing development. Neither does Oregon Housing and Community Services. So there's no agency in the state that that aggregates data on housing development starts in Oregon. And why wouldn't we? So it would take a conversation with local government, of course, because they would need to report, and we'd want to make it easy. But but it's pretty stunning how we have really great data in some places and absolute lack in others. And when we're dealing with severe crisis in these areas, it's interesting that no one has baseline information. Thank gosh, Eco Northwest creates some, from time to time when a third party will contract them to do it. But it's interesting that there's nobody, the state agency, that collects those regularly over time. That's just one example. So thank you. Those are some initial thoughts. Sadie, do you have any others upon reflection? Sadie came in just at the end when in 2014, I think, or 2013 when this was being created, please.
Yeah, I mean, to Commissioner Jacobson's point about the implementation plan, and I think you echoed it, Kirsten, about making a 2-year work plan that lines up and sort of aligns with our policy agenda, and that sort of informs our biennial report. Now I'm sort of talking about all these big reports that I write, but it would be really, I think, useful for our staff in terms of just providing kind of a lodestar of guidance in knowing how these plans function together and really where we can look to really focus our efforts. I think it needs to be short. I think it needs to be accessible. I think it needs to be readable. And it needs to be useful. I have worked with strategic plans that have spent more time on the shelf and in development than anything else. But I have also worked in places with strategic plans that are referred to again and again to align my thinking about a particular project or conversation or situation or agenda item. That can be an incredible asset to staff and an incredible asset outside as we approach our work in communities as well. So really blown away by these comments, commissioners. Thank you so much for this input. It just fills me with enthusiasm for the process. And I'm also very daunted because these are lofty goals.
They are lofty goals. Commissioner Pearmine.
I just am feeling for you, Kirsten, in the sense that I too take the world on my shoulders when I hear, measuring equitable outcomes. The truth is, right, the world, the outcomes are getting worse for many people. And so it's a matter of holding yourself accountable to how you do the work. So we can measure, we will hope for things to get better with the climate. We will hope for more equity. And we are seeing, by thinking about how we do our work differently, that we are asking different questions. We are achieving different, goals. And so I think just from your perspective, I work in hunger, right? That's not, and when we look at that work, it's getting harder for many people, but that's where you have to keep pushing into, well, what can we do better? How can we create a resilient food system? How do we sort of reduce the suffering of the most people as quickly as we can? So, it's just a matter of, for me, just to switch the frame that, just like we're seeing with transportation, we set all these great climate goals, and the public isn't achieving them. And we can't hold our state employees responsible for the climate crisis. So anyway, just
thank you.
Philosophical.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. It's helpful.
And the other thing I was thinking of is, if I were in your shoes, having heard this conversation, and first of all, thank you for engaging us in this. My head would be kind of swirling with all these wonderful ideas and input and everything. Given all that, but maybe it's colored by my thoughts that strategic plans in the past that I have been involved in and haven't really gone anywhere. I'm not really on, as I say, on the hate side of the ledger, but I really don't think they're worth it. But this is going to be a worthwhile effort. But there's an opportunity cost here. So I guess don't spend so much time getting the words exactly right and the measurements exactly right, let's say on equity, if that takes time away from infusing equity and inclusion and diversity principles and education within the agency and on the commission and stuff like that. This product should, I think, be right-sized to the actions that come after it.
Thank you. Appreciate that reminder and permission. It'll be a 2-pager. You'll be
I will love that. The other day I said to somebody, I know it can't be a 1-pager, but maybe it's Anyway,
Thank you.
so did you, staff, do you think you got what you needed?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Jim, any parting shots from you?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we have a half an hour before our scheduled break. Is there any chance we could do the surplus lands database now? The reason I ask that is because I have been asked by staff and others to make sure I adhere to those specific timed breaks because people have things they're doing with people in their households. So
Blanca, can I mention something really quickly?
Yes.
On that note, you've been so kind to actually hold really tightly to those. One big change that happened is actually kids are back in school. So for us moms, many of us don't have little ones running around in the same way, but thank you for sticking to those. It was really helpful the last 9 months and year, and just thanks again. But it's like a little bit of a few that most kids are back in public school these days. So thank you for still taking it. We're all still human though and need our breaks. So appreciate it.
Well, you'll definitely get a break. It just was a matter of when. So maybe the better question and with that input is, is it okay to have a break now, break for 15 minutes, come back and then start up with surplus lands? Is that a good way to go?
Just in honesty here, I have to pick up a child at 2:50, so I was going to try to do the break. So if we break now, I still have to run and go get him. I kind of listen to you guys on the phone while I do that, but I, just want to make that clear.
We can keep going on my end.
Yeah,
I have cats, Jim.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Katie?
Oh, sorry, Director. I said I have cats, so they're I don't have to pick them.
Well,
Ethan is on, Chair MacArthur. It looks like he is queued if you want to do surplus lands.
Do surplus lands. And Commissioner Jacobson, you told me that earlier today, and I apologize for not remembering that. In fact, that was this thing you were trying to focus on.
It's okay. The pickup here, I've been contemplating calling the governor and asking for National Guard help. It's really quite bad. So kind of have to time everything around that. Thank you.
Great. Well, let me just state that there was no nobody signed up for testimony on the strategic plan topic. So let's take it away to the surplus lands, which is agenda item 12.
Thanks, Chair MacArthur, and hopefully everybody can see my slideshow.
Yes.
Great. I'm sorry for the dog in the background. But thank you, Commission, for having me yet again to speak about something that is not House Bill 2001 or 2003. I feel like sometimes my job is planner of those two bills, but I do get to work on other things, and that's exciting. So House Bill 2918 is related to a surplus lands database, and I apologize for the title here on this slide. I used the title slide for the working group, which we'll talk about in just a second, for the surplus lands. But a quick overview of the outcome for this presentation. It is related to House Bill 2918, which is, again, establishing the surplus lands database. This agenda item is to have a conversation with you all to determine and provide feedback on the direction and the concepts. I did want to point out that this is the only opportunity that the Commission will have to provide comments on this piece of legislation before we begin implementing it by the end of the year. So take that for what it's worth and provide comments as you feel necessary. All right, so for the intent of House Bill 2918, I mentioned previously that this is to establish a statewide database of surplus lands of the local governments, which is, for the case of House Bill 2918, cities and counties. And there are some optional requirements for mass transit districts in the state. And so DLCD would maintain and kind of host this database online and provide it for public viewing. And the really kind of core of 2918 is to really kind of create an information resource so that we can see a transfer of surplus public lands into affordable housing, particularly subsidized affordable housing. So the kind of purpose is that it would have this database, and then affordable housing developers could take a look at that and reduce some of their due diligence and finding land and so on and so forth as part of that construction of affordable housing. So some of the requirements for 2918, this database for local governments, is that they submit information to DLCD by January 1st of every even numbered year. And those are the surplus lands that they have within the UGB or for county governments, rural residential lands. And there's in 2019, there establishes a process for them to basically transfer or sell surplus lands, and the kind of conversations that they would need to have or are soliciting as part of the sale of those surplus lands, particularly for affordable housing. For DLCD, the requirements are that we are the keepers of that information. We develop a system for receiving that information. We create the form by which local governments submit that information to DLCD. We publish it for public consumption, and we submit a report to the Legislative Assembly by February 1st of every even numbered year. There's a caveat to this, is that DLCD is not on the hook or not required to confirm the accuracy of the information that's provided by cities. It's basically an honor system for cities, and DLCD just kind of publicizes the information that they receive or that we receive from local governments. So some of the core components as we think about how we can implement this piece of legislation and how it makes the most sense, we've kind of held these 5 different components as kind of primary or core to the work. So, obviously we're on the hook to aggregate that surplus information, make it available for public viewing. We want to ensure that the data collected is useful and we're asking the right questions in terms of the information related to each of those surplus lands. We want to balance the usefulness or the utility of the database with the capacity of local governments and not overwhelm them with a large request of a big batch of information. We also want to allow the local governments to edit and update the information on an as needed or in real time, so that they're not receiving calls about particular pieces of land that are, and the database isn't kind of cemented into place over the course of a 2-year period. And they can update that over time as those properties begin to change hands. We also want to establish a way that we can track the changes of the surplus lands over time. How are those pieces of property moving? Who is the end purchaser of those? Have they been developed, or are they continuing to be undeveloped? So in order to help DLCD staff with some of these questions and implementing those core concepts or components, we've put together a working group. And so this is a really, really small group of stakeholders. There are 8 folks on this working group. And really, it's a mix of both practitioners in terms of city representatives and local and county representatives. It's also some of the sponsors and folks who provided commentary on our testimony on 2918 at the legislative level. That includes 1,000 Friends of Oregon and Oregon Housing Alliance. And basically, it's just kind of a group of folks where we're bouncing ideas off, we're testing concepts with them, and having conversations to make sure it works well. And so we're basically, the communication from DLCD to that working group is all over email, and we've only met one time, and we only plan to meet one time, providing a series of memos, kind of posing questions, asking for feedback, and getting commentary on those kind of concepts within the memo. The first of the series of memos has gone out to that working group, and we've gotten some commentary back on that, on some specific questions related to the attributes that we would like to post in the database, what kind of information we're asking, and then some higher level thoughts about how do we do technical outreach to cities so that they know that this is a requirement, they know how to fill it out, they know how to access the dashboard. And then thank you to Commissioner Lilac for an introduction to the Oregon Public Property Managers Association, working closely with that group to make sure that they are engaged in how this will work, and so that they're aware of the requirements, seeing that most likely those folks will be the ones filling out the form for DLCD. So they are part of the working group and having kind of separate meetings with those folks as well. So just a kind of overview of the timeline, and this is important when we get to kind of the next couple slides about versions and phases of this work. So the timeline on this is incredibly short. You might remember that we have until January 1st, or local governments have until January 1st of 2022 to submit the information to DLCD, which means that we need to get going now on getting that process established and ready and tested and kind of ready for prime time. So we're kind of in the middle of this kind of first step here, where we're refining and formulating concepts on how this will work, and also setting expectations for what we can accomplish in kind of version 1 or phase 1 of this database. Over the next couple of weeks, we'll kind of transition to this next step. We'll be working on creating the database tools. We'll be creating the form. We'll be having conversations with our contractor to establish the public viewer. And then in November, we'll really begin testing all of those kind of preliminary pieces. And then really by late December, we hope to have the database out and ready for collecting all of the information from local governments. And then of course, post January 1st, it is back in the hands of DLCD and our contractor to basically populate the viewer and compile the report for the Legislative Assembly. So a very, very quick timeline here in terms of turnaround and implementation, which leads us to setting expectations on what we can actually accomplish in kind of the 1.0 version of this database. So we're focusing on those kind of 5 major components as critical path items, setting those as the primary focus of the implementation here, and also leaning on some existing infrastructure in terms of profiles for cities so that they can, access this dashboard and provide the information to DLCD through the housing portal that we've established actually as part of House Bill 2003. Each city has basically an online profile that they can access and go in. They have this dashboard. It populates all of the various reporting requirements that they need to submit to DLCD. And this will be one of the reporting requirements that will kind of auto-populate as part of their profile. So that really eliminates a lot of the administrative database administration that is kind of required to get this set up, instead of doing it all over email, which can be incredibly messy. And to help us with the public viewer, because we don't have the capacity in-house, we've contracted out with the Institute for Natural Resources at Oregon State University to help us with that public viewer. We have some existing contracts with them that we can kind of lean on and incorporate that work. Really, that's going to be a GIS-based map of the tax lots that are submitted to DLCD in terms of which ones are surplus. That would be populated into that statewide GIS mapping system. And we're really kind of focusing in on how do we simplify the process so that we're not biting off so much that we can't chew and implement in a successful way. So really kind of focusing again on those critical path items, and then also doing some outreach to cities, including cities and counties, to make sure that they're, like I said, aware of this requirement and kind of ready to submit the information. And then this leads us into where we can go from here. There's a lot of conversation as part of the working group, and I even believe at the commission level about where this surplus lands database can go and what it might look like in the future. And we want to be receptive and consider all of those opportunities. So kind of the first aspect of that is, I think everybody's initial thought really goes to how do we sync up all of the existing databases that we've got on the statewide level about surplus lands and lands that are publicly owned. And so We've had some initial conversations with the folks at the Department of State Lands and Department of Administrative Services about how we can do that. Some of the information and the data attributes just don't link up very well at this point in time, so that we can actually coordinate that in any real sense. We'll have continuing conversations of how we can do that in the future over the course of 2022 and beyond, so that we can really match those up, and maybe in kind of a perfect world, ideal world, we can have all of those pieces of information populated on a single map, so that folks don't have to go to various maps across the enterprise's website. We also want to work on the tracking system to analyze how surplus lands are changing over time and how quickly they change over, how quickly they are being developed, and how much affordable housing is being developed on those pieces of property as well. And so obviously you can't really do that in the first iteration. That has to come over time, and you can kind of add to that. So that's a key piece of future versions of the database. And then these last two are more focused on how we can be a resource to cities in terms of how to do kind of surplus better. There's no real good definition of surplus property as part of House Bill 2918. They do define surplus lands, but the processes to make those determinations at the local level really vary quite a bit between jurisdictions and between cities and counties, and even between cities and cities and counties and counties. So providing some maybe resources on best practices and determining how we do surplus and how we identify surplus, I think we'll be better off for that. And then there's, of course, refining the information that we collect, making sure that it is useful and valuable to the folks who are looking to use this information. So that was a really, really quick overview of the work that we're doing. Some of this work is kind of really ongoing, and I don't have a whole lot of information on it at this point, but I'm happy to kind of talk through any of those specific pieces. I'm curious to hear from commissioners on if there are pieces that you are interested in seeing in this database that were not talked about during this presentation.
I'm off mute now. Thank you, Ethan. Very much appreciated. I just love your presentations. They're so easy to follow. So thanks for that. Commissioners, Commissioner Permine.
Echoing Chair MacArthur's comments, Ethan, always a pleasure to get your updates and really appreciate this work. My, it's really kind of small comment, but just the definition, just calling this surplus land on its own without even further, like the way it's written in the agenda or in the staff report is saying surplus lands of all cities and counties in the state. I think just saying more in the naming of what this is doing will help us going forward. And then even then, yeah, the nomenclature, the language that we have related to land is so critical that, you know, land is, what does that even mean to have surplus land? So just, you know, that's more philosophical from but just like as you work toward this, thinking about the nomenclature.
Yeah, Commissioner Permine, that's a really good point, and that's, you know, it's fitting that that's the first comment as part of this presentation, because that's the first comment of the working group as well. I mean, what does surplus lands even mean, and how do we make that designation? And you know, the folks on the working group are probably not the decision makers on what is surplus and what is not. So, which is, you know, an elected body does that. So, and there's processes to do that on the local level. And like I said, those are all different in various places. So standardizing what that means is very important. And I appreciate the comment, yes.
Yeah, very good point. Other commissioners have any comments? Not seeing, oh, Commissioner Lilac.
Thanks, Ethan. I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. I just keep thinking about this, and I appreciate Commissioner Permine's comments just because I needed to kind of go back and review the bill as you were speaking, just to recall. So what are the obligations and what are the requirements? And I knew, and I know that the general requirements. My only comment is, number one, thank you for reaching out to the Public Property Owners Association, because they're going to be the ones largely responsible for doing this. So it's critical to have our stakeholders involved in actually creating the system. And number two, I expect what you will probably hear from them is to keep it simple. Whatever it is, keep it simple, because, and this is the law. This isn't the agency or implementation, but this is an unfunded mandate. And so they need to figure out how to do that. And it's not uploading it that's going to be the time-consuming piece. It's going to be all the inquiries they're going to receive once it's out there. And our staff is already understaffed. And the database is going to be really great for about 30 days. And we dispose of property so regularly through donations to Habitat for Humanity, or through sales, or through public auctions, or whatever it may be. It'll be interesting to see how this actually plays out over time. And I get the purpose of it. It's a great purpose. No question about that. But I get the implementation of it, and more so now in the position I've had for the last 24 days than prior to that. Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Lilac, that's a great point. I think that's part of the reason why through the working group, we've really leaned into the ability to have this be a real-time update. I know that there's this report that we have to give to the legislature by February 1st, but that'll really just kind of be a snapshot in time in terms of what we have at this point in time. And then, Lynn McConnell from the City of Bend was, I think, the person who raised about, we are moving these things so quickly, and I don't want to have this piece in downtown Bend getting phone calls about that for 2 years when it's been gone for 18 months of that. So that is a critical piece to the utility and how we be good partners with local governments. So your point is well taken.
And Ethan, is it your sense that when you go back to the legislature, and I'm not sure what that means, I'm assuming it's to a committee or something in February, or just maybe you're sending a report. I don't know if you have an actual presentation to make, but do you think that will afford an opportunity to let folks know both the advantages of this inventory as well as some of the constraints, and maybe some ideas about how to improve it in the future if there is a need for legislative action on that front? Just curious.
Yeah, I would have to have a conversation with our policy staff about what the right, how do you thread that needle between just, providing the report that you're asked of and then also providing recommendations and suggestions. So, I think we'll learn a lot over the next, 60 days about how this will work. And so I'm sure those recommendations will be helpful to continue this work into the next couple bienniums. So yeah, I'll coordinate with the folks in the policy office about that.
Yeah, again, I'm not trying to create extra work. I'm just wondering if there's a chance to, because sometimes the legislation's passed and they have great intentions, and then the way it plays out isn't as practical perhaps or useful as the intention. And so yeah. Any other questions for Ethan? Doesn't look like it. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much. You have a good weekend.
You too. Let's move up because it's not quite 3:45, and I want to make sure that. So Commissioner Jacobson, if we took our break soon, had a little bit longer break, and then ended up coming back at 3:15. So moving up the 3:30. Okay, good, works for you. So great.
2:50 is go time. So as long as I'm there at 2:50, I'm good.
Okay. So because I texted Steph and the break when Ethan was talking to ask if that was possible. And I go, wait a second, I got to check to make sure it was going to work.
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
So important. Kids are very important. You don't leave on the side on the sidewalk, and you never would do that. Anyway, so we had a commission business item number 13. It's just a general chance for commission members to raise issues with staff or among other commission members or whatever. And I generally gloss over those because we're so tired at the end of the day. But we do have time today. So if folks want to bring up any thoughts, issues, whatever, please do. Take 5 minutes for that. A generous 5 minutes.
Recording in progress.
Okay, great. Yeah. Well, and seeing no hands up, because I am really carefully looking at your little yellow hands. I think we don't, this reinforces that the fact that I wasn't being delinquent in the other meetings by going quickly over this agenda item. So that's reinforcing. So why don't we go ahead and take our break now and then reconvene at 3:15. And it looks like we'll move the other agenda item up and go from there. Great. Thanks, everybody. See you soon.
Recording stopped.
Great. The time is 3:15. We are back from our afternoon break. And we will be, next is agenda item 14, request to appeal. And we have our DLC staff, Hillary Foote, as well as Gordon Howard, Community Services Division Manager.
Thank you, Esther. Appreciate that. And thanks to Gordon and Hillary, as well as our invited guests for your willingness to move the time up a little bit. Appreciate that very much. I think we can just go directly to you, Gordon and Hillary, to introduce the topic and tell us a little bit about that.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. This is I'll be very brief, turning it over to Hillary. This is a request to appeal from the department to the commission of a local land use decision in Marion County. She'll go into the details of that. Before the department can proceed with filing the appeal, we would need the commission's assent. And you would either give that or not as your decision on this matter. The reason this is before you today is that the timeline is such that the appeal needed to be, or the decision to whether to file the appeal needed to be made by the commission at this meeting as opposed to November. So we apologize for the materials getting to you a little bit later than normal, but that's just the way the timeline worked for this one. So, but with that, I'll turn it over to Hillary Foote, who will be giving the presentation on the details of the request to appeal.
I appreciate that, Gordon. Could you or Hillary, sorry, a plane's flying over. Would you or Hillary tell us the time elements? There's prescribed time for the folks that are speaking. I just kind of want to know the time management piece of this.
Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely. So there's a limited opportunity from testimony, limited to DLCD staff. And the order of testimony then is followed by the applicant, who has 10 minutes to provide their testimony. And then the local jurisdiction also has been allotted 10 minutes to provide testimony. Staff has an opportunity to follow up. And of course, the commission may ask any questions pertaining to the criteria for decision of staff, of the applicant, or of the local jurisdiction.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Mm-hmm. So on that note, I'm Hillary Foote, and I am the Farm and Forest Land Use Specialist for the Department of Land Conservation and Development. And I recognize that this is the last item on 2 long days, so I'm going to try to be succinct And if the commission has any additional questions or wants clarification, I'm more than happy to provide that. So the materials associated with this hearing include the staff report that includes as an attachment the Marion County Board Order, as well as comments that were submitted by the applicant, which were included as Exhibit 1. So as Gordon mentioned, this hearing, DLCD is requesting that the commission authorize the department to file an appeal with LUBA, the Land Use Board of Appeals, by the 28th of September. And the decision before the commission is whether you believe that our request satisfies the 6 criteria for an agency appeal that are listed in Division 1 of our rules, or whether you do not believe that those criteria are satisfied. There's discussion of those criteria in the staff report, and today I'll provide a very, very brief overview of the case and address each of those 6 criteria for decision. And again, there's a limited opportunity for comment by the applicant and local jurisdiction, and the commission can feel free to ask questions. Were there any questions on the procedure before I start? No.
Seeing anyone? Go ahead. Thank you.
All right. So on September 7th, the Marion County Board of Commissioners issued an order approving conditional use application CU-20-044 by Agritainment Inc. And it is a request to establish a fee-based educational and recreational program for youth and families as something known as a commercial activity in conjunction with farm use. The subject property is 75-acre property of high-value farmland zoned for exclusive farm use near St. Paul and Marion County. And the applicant in this case is proposing to provide educational programming, nature hikes, U-pick opportunities, seasonal activities like corn mazes and cider pressing, as well as some retail sales of local farm products. And they have also stated that the program is intended to build consumer interest in Oregon agriculture and to inspire youth to pursue careers in agriculture. And I want to be very clear that, I am certainly supportive of those general goals that the applicant has stated. And there are certainly aspects of this proposal that would be allowed and even encouraged under state rule. But the breadth of the suite of activities which have been approved in this case represent an overly broad interpretation of what a commercial activity in conjunction with farm use is. And so in addressing the criteria for appeal, I'm going to touch a bit on the historical conversation around defining that particular use category. And I'm going to touch on some of the ongoing tensions we've experienced in the state around agritourism activities and their impacts. All right. So the first criteria for decision related to this appeal is whether the case will require an interpretation of statewide planning statute, goal, or rule. And at essence, this case involves the interpretation of farm use at ORS 215-203 and of commercial activities in conjunction with farm use at ORS 215-283 sub 2 sub A. So we believe that criteria is certainly satisfied. The second criteria is whether a ruling in the case will serve to clarify state planning law. And we believe that a ruling in this case will certainly help to establish the proper interpretation of the breadth of activities that can be considered to be in conjunction with farm use. So way back to the drafting of Senate Bill 101 in 1973, there has been debate around the interpretation of this use category. And that debate is primarily centered around the quality of the relationship between for-profit farm use, as it's defined in statute, and the proposal for a commercial activity. I have a thick folder on the topic, and there are numerous department comment letters over the years, proposals by my predecessors to revise rule and statute, old DOJ opinions. And ultimately, there are 3 seminal LUBA cases that have really since the 90s established guidance on those necessary qualities of that relationship between a proposed activity and farm use. And based on our understanding of that history, again, we believe that this case, that relationship between the proposed educational and recreational activities and the for-profit farm use, as it's defined in statute, is not sufficiently direct to be considered a commercial activity in conjunction with farm use. That this application was twice denied by planning staff and then denied by the county hearings officer before being approved on appeal before the Board of Commissioners, I think also points perhaps to a need for additional clarification on this particular topic. And of course, if we're wrong in our understanding, we very much welcome the additional guidance from the Land Use Board of Appeals. It helps as we move forward in providing guidance on interpretation of statute and rule to have those clarifications in case law. So we believe that second criteria for decision is satisfied. The third criteria for decision is whether the case has important enforcement value. And we do believe that the case will have enforcement value because we find that the county's decision misinterprets ORS 215-283 sub 2 sub A. And in RSD, this case is particularly important in that it's a proposal for really a fee-based agritourism venue that offers a variety of recreational and educational experiences. And this is a topic that, again, continues to be highly controversial throughout the state, particularly within the Willamette Valley. And, one of the things that complicates conversations around agritourism is that there is no single definition and there's no single use category for agritourism. So when we talk about agritourism, folks are often talking about one part or some part of a whole suite of different use categories that are allowed on farmland. So wineries, cideries, breweries, bed and breakfasts, home occupations, campgrounds, private parks, farm stands, outdoor mass gatherings, and agritourism event permits. All of those individual uses that the legislature has added to Chapter 215 have express standards established by the legislature associated with them that limit the extent of those activities, ensuring that they're subordinate to existing farm use and or limiting the potential for adverse impacts to the surrounding area. Particularly the more recently established uses like agritourism events and the winery, cidery, breweries, those have really long lists of standards that those uses need to meet. And that's in recognition of the sort of long-standing controversy around those uses and the potential they have to impact surrounding farm uses. So commercial activities in conjunction with farm use, it is a bucket that does not have those legislative standards associated with it. And so including so many activities that are typically associated with one or more of those individual uses under the broader catch-all bucket of commercial activity in conjunction with farm use, means that they aren't subject to those restrictions on scope and scale that they would otherwise be subject to if they were to be permitted under the use categories that are established by the legislature. Farm stands, for example, have revenue limitations associated with them. Agritourism events, are required to be incidental and subordinate and have long sort of limitations on hours and other things like that.
So in sum, associating this as a commercial activity in conjunction with farm use, I do believe has precedential and broader implications across the state and for this conversation around agritourism. For that reason, we feel that third criteria is satisfied. The fourth criteria is whether the case concerns a significant natural, cultural, or economic resource. And in this case, the department finds that the case concerns the development of high-value farmland in the Willamette Valley, that is agricultural lands that are subject to statewide planning goal 3, and which are a resource that the state has recognized that has significant natural and economic value. The fifth criteria is whether the case advances the objectives of the agency's strategic plan. So goal 1 of our agency's current strategic plan is to conserve Oregon's natural resources, ensuring farm and forest lands are planned and managed to provide a healthy environment and sustain Oregon's communities and economy. Right, and so the protection and use of agricultural lands are at the heart of our land use planning programs. This case involves the interpretation of ORS 215-283 sub 2 sub A and the extent of uses allowed on farmland that's been protected under statewide planning goal 3. And for that reason, we believe that it is consistent, that the consistent interpretation of commercial activities in conjunction with farm use furthers that objective to conserve our natural resources. The last criteria for decision is whether there is a better way to accomplish the objective of the appeal, such as dispute resolution, enforcement proceedings, or technical assistance. So given the timing of this order, if we want to appeal this decision, this approval as it has been approved, we have to file a notice of intent with LUBA by September 28th. As I mentioned earlier, some of what the applicant is proposing, like tours and UPIC and limited retail sales, could be allowed under farm stand and agritourism events provisions, subject to those limitations that are established in statute to protect surrounding farm uses. And DLCG staff would be more than happy to support the applicant and county in whatever we can to explore the extent of use that is allowed on high-value farmland in the Willamette Valley. But at this point in time, given the approval, we don't see any other option for resolving this matter. All right. So, in sum, we think that this is an important case, that it merits an involvement. We would welcome the opportunity to clarify our interpretation with LUBA through an appeal proceeding. We believe that the 6 criteria for appeal that are set forth in Division 1 of our rule have been satisfied. And we would look forward to the Commission's decision on that. And again, we're happy to take any further questions from the Commission if you have any.
Here we go. Thank you, Hillary. I appreciate your very clear description of the issues. I think I had a question, but I lost it. So I will ask other commissioners if they have any questions. Seeing no hand. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Jacobson, you're in the corner up there, your little yellow hand.
We'll get this hand thing down at some point. I did have a question, and kind of going through materials and listening to your presentation, which was excellent, by the way. Thank you, Hillary. Great presentation. What exactly, like to drill down into the weeds, what exactly is it about this proposal and the kind of commercial activity that's problematic? Because I mean, as you were saying previously, there's certain things like people selling their product that sort of is allowed. Is it that you're charging customers for the experience? Like kind of where's that line?
Mm-hmm. That's a good question. And, it'll be the subject of much nuanced debate. But essentially, it deals with the directness of that relationship between farm use and commercial activities. Right. So some of the activities which have been included in the proposal include school-like uses. So those educational programming. And schools are not an activity that is allowed on farmland. Expansion of existing schools is, but new schools are not. There are some aspects of the proposal that looks like private parks, and private parks are also not allowed on high-value farmland. And there's also a question about the relationship of these proposed activities with farm use. And there are some standards that are established by the courts that the proposed activity should enhance farming enterprises in the local agricultural community in order to be considered a commercial activity in conjunction with farm use. That it should occur together with agricultural activities in the local community. There's another LUBA case that requires that more direct relationship around the provision of products and services that are essential to the practice of agriculture as well in CND. And so, again, I'm pointing to that sort of like history, the case law, and other work that's been done around interpretation of that. We don't believe that that relationship that has been demonstrated in this application is sufficiently direct between these, suite of proposed recreational and educational activities and their relationship with the agricultural economy in the area.
Thank you. That helps a great deal. Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. The question I have is, do all of the factors have to be determined to warrant the appeal, or just selected factors, or how does, this is my first time in this process, and I had that question. Thank you.
If I could take that, Commissioner Lee, like Gordon Howard, the rule states written and oral testimony in the commission's decision to approve or deny the director's request shall be based on one or more of the following factors, and the factors that Hillary went through. So the answer is that you could consider one of them, several of them, all of them. You have to base your decision on at least one of them.
Thank you. I appreciate that, because I did see that at the top to decide. I saw the one or more, and then down below I saw that it said in consideration of the factors, and then it said A, B, C, D, and E to support the decision. So good. Thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Great. Other questions?
Commissioner Pearmine has her hand raised.
Commissioner Pearmine, thank you.
Thank you, Hillary. I also want to commend you for a really clear, thoughtful, both written and in-person test or overview of the problem. And just to say, I know the agency does not like to be in this position, so I also want to acknowledge that this is a difficult position, but as having grown up in that valley and knowing very specifically the need to hold this balance. And I feel like the way that this has been written and articulated is clear from my mind that you are holding that balance. And so I'm just wanted to express gratitude for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I think at this point we can go to testimony. Who do you suggest should go first?
Yeah, Chair MacArthur, the order is that the applicant would go first, then the local government, and then the staff if there were any additional questions. We have had a request for the 10 minutes from the applicant to divide 5 minutes from the applicant and then 5 minutes to the applicant's attorney. And so that's the request.
Great. That's granted. And so what we will do is call, I guess, both of, well, I guess because we're doing this virtually, let's just do 5 minutes for the applicant and the time with the timer on the screen like we normally do for 5 minutes, and then start another time frame, clock for his attorney, his or her attorney.
I will be switching over the applicant and counsel. There is a slight delay as I switch them over. One moment. Okay. Let's see, Mr. Gilardi, and I'm showing, let's see, Ms. Megan Pyle, and then the applicant, Mr. Jeff.
Perfect. How are you guys? Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you for having me speak today. I appreciate it. So we, okay. So we bought this farm a little over 2.5 years ago with this desire to put in some kind of a program that would bring kids into the, in this case, I'm in the nursery business. It could be into the farming business. Something that would be educational, something that would be fun, something that would perhaps really inspire kids to come in and take this as an occupation. So we bought a farm that was 3 years in bankruptcy. It was full of poison oak. It was full of blackberries and thistle. And we took 11 40-yard dumpsters of garbage off the property. We took 5 pickup loads of chemicals that were laying around. We took something that was not functional and we turned it into a really, really beautiful farm. I know there's been some discrepancy in the past about whether we're actually farming or not. We are farming. Of the 75 acres we have, 35 acres is farmable. The first year we farmed winter wheat. This year we farmed clover. Next year we'll be farming winter wheat again. It will be farmed for as long as we own the property, right? Just to put that out of your mind. So it'll be totally functional, totally farmed. And that's just kind of a requirement. And it's something that Heidi and I, my wife, really want to do. So as we got this thing cleaned up, we met with the county, we met with the planning division. I know there's some ideas that there may be other ways for us to do this other than the direction that we took. In that meeting, this is what came out of it, right? This is the direction they asked us to go for a number of reasons. And Michael, who's my attorney, can speak to those things when we get done. We have met with our neighbors. They're all farmers, of course. There's also a nursery. And we met with them prior to doing this, and they're all in the same position. A lot of their kids don't want to follow them in the farming or nursery business. So they're looking for people, and it's hard to come by. And one of the things they like about what we're doing is we're trying to interest kids in farming. We're trying to get them to the farm and say, look, this could be a great career. At the same time, it has to be something that is fun as well. So we're going to put in a lot of gardens, things that will teach them names and smells and scents and how we grow things. There'll be farmers coming in. We're partnering with FFA and 4-H. We're targeting and partnering with some of the businesses. There's one in St. Paul that does tractor repair. They can't find anybody. So I found 3 people that are interested in interning. One we talked about in our letter, and his 2 18-year-old brothers, right? So I think this is what it's about. It's about really helping the farm community. It's about doing, I think, a really good thing for them, right? We didn't anticipate after our first meeting with the county that this would be controversial. It seemed like this was going to be a really good idea that a lot of people were behind. So it can be a little bit frustrating. We've been down this road for quite a while, but we're excited, right? We think we're onto something really good. I think one of the things that people have brought up, and you heard it today, which I understand, right, is the thought that we're a school. We're not a school at all. We're not going to be a school. These kids are going to come in on a field trip. They're going to be there for a few hours, and they're going to learn a lot. They're going to have some fun, and then they're going to leave. It's also, I want you to know, it's by appointment only. This is not the kind of farm where we just open up and say, people come on in, right? That's not going to do that. We're going to do appointment only. The idea is not to have huge crowds. That's not where we're headed, right? That's a whole different sort of a Bauman's kind of a thing. That's not what we are. That's not what we're going to be, for two reasons. One, Heidi and my wife and I, we just don't want to spend that much time trying to manage the program. And two, it doesn't do what we want. What we want to do is we want to manage kids heading towards something that may be a career in farming or nursery or something like that. And I think it's a great idea. We have some people lined up. Like I said, 4-H, FFA, we have some teachers who want to do some easy curriculum that they would come in and help with. We're able to put in a really nice building when it's wet to keep them in and keep it dry and make it something that could go on hopefully for years and years. So I think the things that give people pause don't exist here real well. We're not going to be big. We're not going to have crowds. We're not going to have traffic problems, right? These things can all be managed really well. I understand to some extent you have to believe that I'm telling you the truth. I'm not trying to sell you on something. I understand that. What I would tell you is it's just not where we're headed, right? We're honestly trying to do something that I think is really great for the farming community. And hopefully, when we're done today, you'll agree that we've done everything we can. We did get the commission to agree primarily because they looked at this and they thought, yeah, this is actually a program that is smaller and works for the land. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And I didn't catch, is your last name Jeff? I'm so sorry, I didn't hear that.
Jeff Jones, Jonas.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. I appreciate your testimony.
Yes.
I'll turn it over to your attorney now, Mr. Ghilardi. Is that who it is?
Thank you, that'd be fine.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Mike Ghilardi. I'm applicant's legal counsel. I just want to briefly respond to staff characterization of the law here. For decades, counties have issued commercial activity permits for visitor activities on farmland. About 10 years ago, very similar to today, the LCD staff and certain folks at Department of Agriculture decided that they wanted to try to stop that from happening, to try to narrow the commercial activity use so that it couldn't be used for visitor activities or could be more restricted. And so they decided to challenge a permit that Yamhill County had issued to the Stoller Winery in Dundee. And that case just squarely governs Marion County's decision in this case. So just like today, DLCD staff came before your predecessors, tried to get permission to appeal that decision, which was about a new tasting room and a suite of visitor events and wine marketing activities. Your predecessors rejected that appeal. Department of Agriculture ignored LCDC's decision, appealed the case anyways, alongside the Friends of Yamhill County local land use activist group. And they made essentially the same arguments that the opponents have made in this case. What they said was that Stoller's tasting room could not be in conjunction with farm use because it served, quote, tourists instead of farmers. Today, what the opponents are saying is that the Joneses are not in conjunction with farm use because they're serving children and families instead of farmers. The courts, both LUBA and the Court of Appeals, rejected those arguments in the Stoller case. What they said is that the standard is the commercial activity closely connected to agriculture, and does it enhance the local agricultural community, as Ms. Foote said at one point. And that standard is clearly met here. The Joneses have been through an arduous 2-year process with Marion County. And there's really no reason to second guess that decision. There's this concern. I heard the staff say today that, they don't like the commercial activity use because there aren't the same restrictions on the scope and scale of activities that are in some of the other categories and statutes. And the reason for that is because it's designed to be a fact-specific case-by-case analysis. And what you'll see in this case is that there are very specific conditions on the scope and the scale of this activity. There's only 3 groups a week that are allowed, only certain hours of the day. They're only allowed to do certain things. So those restrictions, they happen with this commercial activity use. They just happen in a fact-specific case-by-case way. And that brings me to my last point, which in the staff report, what DLCD is arguing is that this is sort of a slippery slope. And if we let the Joneses have their agricultural education program, then other people will do other things that we don't like. And that's just not real. Because the conditional use process is a case-by-case analysis, you have to show that you're closely connected to farming, that you're enhancing the local agricultural community, and very importantly, you have to show that you are not going to impact surrounding farm and forest practices. That is a very demanding standard. There was just a case at the Oregon Supreme Court a couple years ago about that, where the court set a very exacting standard. And so, anytime somebody comes and wants to have one of these commercial activity permits, they're going to have to go through that process. And that process is extremely difficult, as the Joneses unfortunately have experienced, particularly when you have professional opponents and agency staff that are essentially trying to bully you out of doing what you want to do with your property. It's really not right. I understand there are issues with agritourism, and I think what DLCD should be focused on is enforcement of the law, because when you make the process so difficult, it discourages people from engaging in the process and instead just encourages them to go out and flout the law. And that's really what we don't want. So I encourage you to reject this appeal and really think about the enforcement issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ghilardi. Questions for either Mr. Ghilardi or Mr. Jones? Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. My question is, we had a summary of the process that the planning director denied it twice, the hearings officer denied it, and then the Board of Commissioners approved it. Was there a modification of the application? Was there new evidence? Do you know can you explain the basis of the board's approval following the two denials? I don't have the background of the case.
Sure, that's a great question, Commissioner. The application was not modified. There was a continual effort to provide more facts. There was a lot of misinformation. There were claims which DLCD staff made and ODA staff made, among others, that the property was not being farmed, which is totally untrue. And so we spent a lot of time trying to document the farming that was taking place and that was planned to take place in the future. There's actually a condition of approval that requires all of the field acres, the 35 acres, to continue to be farmed. So we fought a lot of factually inaccurate information. Also, there's a staff transition that happened in Marion County, and sort of the new staff took a very similar policy stance to what DLCD staff are taking on this. And the hearings official they did not apply the criteria at all. They just made a decision. They said, this is not typically what we see, so we're not going to allow it. So when we went to the hearings official, what the hearings official did was essentially supplied a legal rationale to do what the staff wanted. And so then we took it to the Board of Commissioners, and unfortunately they had a different policy view, and we were able to work with them on a set of conditions to make them comfortable that this was good for agriculture, and it was of a sufficient scope and scale, as DLCD staff said.
Any other commissioners have questions? See any? Oh, Commissioner Jacobson.
Thanks. I do have a question, kind of a clarifying question about the farm use taking place there and farming it. I think you said, and correct me if I got this wrong, that there were 75 acres, 35 was being farmed, and the rest of it was not farmable. What's with the other 40 acres, and why is it not farmable?
Jeff can provide a little more detail on this, but most of it's riparian area. It's along Shampoo Creek. And so
okay, thank you for that.
Excuse me.
Oh, that's it. Thank you.
You said, Commissioner.
I would tell you in general, if this helps, that the activities are happening on 1.5 to 2 acres on the farm. And it's an area that was already gravelled for greenhouses. So we haven't taken anything out of production. we just cleaned it up and we're using that spot.
Okay, thank you.
And just one final note on that. So, you know, again, the Joneses have rehabilitated the farm soils and the field acres, the 35 acres. You know, that's being farmed. It's going to continue to be farmed. But the, you know, the program that they're proposing is also going to lead to greater farm use of the property because, as Mr. Jones said, they're going to put in greenhouses. They're going to put in this large garden area that they're going to use as, you know, teaching garden, right? And so it's going to lead to more farm use on the property. They've also leased, and this is all in the record in the case, they've also leased sizable acreage nearby that's being used to grow crops for the program, and they're going to be buying crops from other neighboring farmers too. So in terms of, you know, the direct impact on local farming, it's going to enhance the farming. And of course, one of the primary goals is to, you know, inspire and train young people to want to go into careers in farming. And so that also speaks to the, you know, the enhancement standard that both Ms. Foote and I discussed.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Seeing no other hands up, no commissioners. Is Megan Pyle from the city or the county, excuse me, is that who the next person is?
Ms. Pyle works with me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, great. Appreciate that. So that we want to leave time for the county. Is the county here to speak?
Commissioner MacArthur or Chair MacArthur, I don't believe the county signed up to participate. I might have to check with Esther on that.
Okay, thank you. Does that mean that we are done with public testimony or invited testimony?
That's correct, Chair MacArthur.
I just misunderstood. I apologize. Okay, so then back to, I guess I'd like to turn to staff if you have any thoughts about the testimony you heard. You're on mute, Hillary.
Apologies. So I do believe that the testimony that we heard from the applicant continues to underscore that there is continued disagreement and misunderstanding around the interpretation of the directness of that relationship between a commercial for-profit farm use and the proposed activity and its relationship with the agricultural economy in the area. And again, the first criteria for an appeal would be that, or the second one, that the case has some value in providing clarification and interpretation of statute. And again, staff continues to believe that, you know, if we are wrong, you know, in our understanding here about what that relationship between farm use and a commercial activity that is to be in conjunction with farm use is, that we would appreciate, you know, that additional guidance on the topic from the Land Use Board of Appeals.
Gordon or Steve, anything you want to add to that?
Chair MacArthur, I don't have any further discussion. I think that Hillary's point is well taken, that you know, the Land Use Board of Appeals would provide some pretty definitive guidance on this subject, and you know, whether Mr. Gilardi is correct or the Department of Agriculture and our staff are correct.
Steve.
I didn't have anything to add, Chair, but if anybody had any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them.
Great. Commissioners, any questions for staff? I guess I will start with kind of my thoughts, probably not totally fully formed, but Mr. Jones, you and your wife seem like really good people with very laudable goals, and I appreciate your being in front of us today. after watching the land use program and how it plays out relative to protection of agricultural land, especially EFU land in the valley over the last 40 years, I guess. I do know one thing, that good intentions alone don't protect that land, not just your lot, but surrounding land. It doesn't protect agricultural land anywhere in the state. Good intentions alone don't do that. You need to have other laws and clarifying rules and specifications. I know it's gotten very mechanical and legal, but those things are in place to protect ag land writ large, not just individual properties. So I think we do need to have clarification on this point. And I would be in favor of voting yes on the department appealing this decision on those grounds. Again, you sound like a really good person has some great ideas. I think we need some clarity on what that connection to farmland clause means. Other commissioners? Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. So to begin with, to be clear, we're not deciding on whether effectively the merits of the case are whether it should be approved or denied. It's, to be clear, we're just supporting or not the department appealing the decision. So that's kind of my beginning point. The second piece is I do recognize that supporting the department's appeal, this will make it this will establish precedents statewide. Currently, as I think Mr. Gilardi mentioned, right now it has really precedential value in Marion County, but not across the state. So this is an important case. To me, the one that really speaks to me the most is B, whether the ruling in the case will serve to clarify state planning law. As a planning director up until 25 days ago, and just having served as the Association of Oregon County Planning Directors last year and being involved with that group for years, one of the things that Ms. Foote stated is that this issue continues to be controversial across the state, and that is exactly right. County planning directors discuss these issues all the time. How far does commercial activity in conjunction with the farm use go? And county planning directors are always wondering what that means. And that's exactly what this case will decide. And with that, I do recognize that the Jones, it does cost money and it takes time to go through that process to get that clarity. And I'm sympathetic to that, but I also think that providing that clarity in state law is really important. So Chair McCarthy, I will support your position as well and vote yes to support the department in appealing the case.
Thank you, Commissioner Pearmine.
Yeah, just to echo Mr. Jones, how much thank you for bringing this to us, and it's a complicated situation, and knowing what our role is as a commission is to really review these factors. And so, like, as is mentioned, we're not making decisions, but I think Commissioner Lilac mentioned, really pulling through that we need to clarify the state planning law through this. I just completely agree with that and would say, that I think this is the difficulty of balancing commercial activities in this space, and that I understand it is really difficult to navigate, but it is for the integrity of the community and commercial activities within zoned areas, that is the purpose of our work. And so I too will be voting in favor.
Thank you. Any other commissioner comments before we entertain a motion? Seeing none, There is a motion, I think, that is provided on page 4, proposed motion, provided on page 4 of the staff report.
Chair, I'm happy to make the motion. I move that the commission approve the director's appeal of the subject decision from Marion County to the Land Use Board of Appeals based on the information included in the staff report and its demonstration that OIR 660-001-0230 sub 3 sub A, B, C, D, and E apply.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion from Commissioner Lilac and a second from Commissioner Pearmine. Esther, would you call for the vote?
Commissioner Jacobson.
Aye. Or yes.
Commissioner Lilac.
Aye.
Commissioner Pearmine.
Aye.
And Chair MacArthur.
Aye. Thank you. The motion passes. And just for the record, Commissioners Warren, Sandoval, and Halova have excused absences, but we do in fact have a quorum. Thank you. So next steps, Gordon or Hillary?
Yes, the next step would be for the department through our able attorney, Mr. Shipsey, to file the appeal with the Land Use Board, or the petition for review, which is officially called, with the Land Use Board of Appeals prior to or on September 28th.
Great. Commissioner Lilac?
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. My question is, since this item is concluded, how does the department address these matters when we don't meet for a period of time and there's an appeal that must be filed timely? I'm just curious in the future, since this is my first experience.
Yes, Chair MacArthur, Commissioner Lilac, what happens in that situation is that the department goes ahead and files the appeal during the the petition for review during the 21-day period, and then at the next available meeting asks permission for the commission to continue the petition. And the commission, if the commission were to say no at that point, the department would withdraw the petition for review with LUBA.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
And I think there was one time, Gordon, that at least during the time I was on the commission, we had a special meeting to consider it. Maybe I'm thinking of something separate from that, from this particular procedure, but I thought we had a special meeting about some issue in Eugene a couple of years ago. Anyway.
You remember correctly, Chair.
Yeah, the Chair MacArthur, the difference is that was actually an enforcement order, which is a slightly different matter.
Got it. Thank you for correcting me. I appreciate it. Okay, well, we will end this agenda item. Thank you, Hillary, very much. I know that Gordon said you jumped in quickly because he was out, and you did a really nice job in bringing this to our attention, so appreciate it.
Thank you.
That leaves us with nothing left on our 2 long days, except a special farewell to Katie Pearmine. And we're going to miss you tons, really. I really wish this meeting were in person. Darn it. But anyway, we'll give you hugs appropriately when the situation allows. Well, let's leave it at that.
Yeah, come see us.
Absolutely. I'm not going anywhere. And it has been just an honor to serve alongside all of you and the agency. And again, there's much work to be done in many spaces. And I look forward to coffees at your out in your communities, and maybe other beverages as well.
Sounds good to me, since it's getting close to that hour of the day. Okay, everyone, thank you. Thank you. Special thanks to all DLCD staff, Esther, everybody. We are adjourned.
Recording stopped.